Hey, Demon! Hey, congrats on being first. You've gotten your crown back. How does it feel? And thanks for redeeming your daily ticket. Hope you're doing well. Baby, why do I? Victory is a wise leader than any born from grapes. Rah! Hell yeah, brother. Congratulations. Congratulations. How's your day going? I'm hoping that, the continued chats means that you are not currently at work and that you are free. I'm DMing DD right now. The players are roleplaying right now, so I have a moment to just not pay attention. That's awesome. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. This will not backfire in any way. I'm so certain that this will be totally fine. I'm so certain that this will be totally fine. I wish you luck, catching up. Hang on a second. Y'all are gonna hear. Oh! Did my music pause? Why did it pause? Okay. Y'all are gonna hear things, might hear things hitting my microphone. I apologize in advance if that happens. Shouldn't, but it might have. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out on the screen till ads are over, go over and chat until Willow and or Lavender show up, since they're the ones that voted, like, yes, please give me recap. Yeah, then we'll get trucking. We're gonna learn more about the Dendro Dragon with Nahida's quest. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Welcome in from ads, rather. Oh, my camera's not. I'm fine. Y'all didn't hear that. Everything's fine. Oops. Are we good now? Are we good now? Yes. Okay. Oh my goodness. There we go. Hello everybody. I am facecam streaming this time because I talk a lot with my hands, and I feel that will be necessary as we go along. Also, why this happens only when I specifically use this app where the autofocus freaks the fuck out, and I don't know why, because this is just my iPhone camera. Hang on, if I switch to the shitty laptop camera and then switch back to my phone, does it stop it? And for some reason it does. I don't know what's causing that. Like, I really don't. Anyway. Hello, my friends. Welcome in. Earlier today, I was sitting there and I was thinking about the sheer amount of, like, yapping I have been doing in my Discord. And I was like, you know, if anybody has managed to miss, like, oh my god, why is it stop! Focus! Okay. No! Okay. If I get closer, it's better. Anyway. Your punishment for doing laundry? Damn! Oh my god, what is going on? Bro! I decide to uncat girl myself, and this is what I get greeted with? It's fucking tyranny from my iPhone. I don't know why it does that. I swear it did not used to be this bad. I swear it didn't. Like, I facecam streamed for like a whole year. No, I facecam streamed for literally a whole year because I debuted my model on my anniversary. And it didn't have this problem. I swear this is like... What if I do this? No. Did that fix it, kinda? Yeah? Okay. Good looking sandwich you got there, right? Ham and provolone. Solid choice. All right. Hello, my friend. What the fuck is this song? Hello, my friends. My name is Basilia. Normally you see me as a character called Cat Girl. However, today I am in my human form so that I can talk with my hands. So I am an OG Genshin player who has been replaying Genshin from the very beginning, with some knowledge of lore things that were alluded to in books and item descriptions, but weren't like fully confirmed until Nod Cry, and as such, my passion for the game has been rejuvenated. And so, as I've gone on, anyway, as I've gone on, I have come up with a lot of like theories, and I've filled in a lot of gaps that are going to be filled later in the game but haven't yet. Some of them are just like fully extrapolated bullshit that given Hoyo's writing style I could see becoming true. Some of them are genuinely what I think the reader is intended to fill the gap in as being, due to very strong foreshadowing. And here on mobile will be there. Oh, thank you, Willow. Some of it are things that have not been touched on in the plot but have been proven through item descriptions, although those are not guaranteed to be one-to-one, but typically the more anonymized something is in its item description, if things have not been given fake names in item descriptions, usually they carry over pretty solidly. But yes, welcome in, Coconut Crab. I hope you enjoy your time here. I wish you luck doing laundry, Maddie. Sorry for missing out on first. Antdemon, if you can still hear me, I hope that you haven't completely lost your players. And yeah, once Willow stops in, since he's the main person that I had in mind for this recap, we're gonna go over it. Also, to clarify, in my newest playthrough, I have done Mondstadt, Liyue, the Chasm, Inazuma, part of Enkonomiya, most of Tsurumi Island, Sumeru, pretty much everything in Sumeru's forest. I have not done the desert yet, outside of where it's relevant in story quests, and also we're going to do Nahida's second story quest as part of this stream. I've played through Fontaine, all the way back when it released. I did not play Arlecchino's story quest or anything that came out after that, and I also did not play Natlan or Not Cry yet, although I do know some spoilers for it. I do ask that more spoilers than I already know are not given to me unless I specifically ask. And I hope you guys enjoy the lore breakdown. And yeah, I plan to switch back to VTubing when we go back to playing the game, just because I feel my comfiest playing Genshin Impact when I'm like shrouded in my blanket and like you know what I mean. Once that time is upon us, I will be going back to VTubing, and I will no longer be scamming in my stream description, fear not. But yeah, I was gonna say this model looks really realistic. I mean, hey, my normal model looks pretty good too. I gotta say, although she's pouting right now. Goddamn. Yeah, cozy gaming. All right, my friends, are we ready? I hope that you are prepared to enjoy, because I certainly am excited. Oh, that's not what I meant to do at all. Preview. No, that is what I meant to do. Okay, no, we're good, because I want this to be my display capture. Yeah. All right. Let's fucking go. Okay, so I have a handy-dandy flowchart prepared with all sorts of shit on it. The formatting is not 100% consistent, but that's okay. I'm here. Also, hold up, you look amazing. Just like, right? I mean, guys, I physically have been having a really hard time these past couple weeks. I was not able to shower. So I honestly looked kind of fine, but I felt grubby as hell. Today I took like a 45-minute shower. I literally wiped off like 5 layers of dead skin, I think. My scalp feels brand new. I feel great right now. So you'll also probably notice I'm just like, hey guys, like higher energy and stuff. Hope you're doing well, Ducky. But yeah. Slay. All right, my friends. So we are actually going to go very, very far back into the extended multiverse that Genshin Impact is a part of. Currently, Hoyoverse has made 5 games. The first one was Gun Girls, or it was originally Guns Girls, but now it's Gun Girl Z, I think. I don't remember. Which was the first one. Then they released Honkai Impact's 3rd. Then they released Genshin Impact. Then they released Honkai Star Rail and Tears of Themis. I'm doing as good as I can. I had a doctor's appointment most of the day. I was poked by needles most of the day. Not happy about it because I'm scared of needles. Yeah, right? I'm not scared of needles. I just hate the sensory feeling of them going into my skin. Like, I'm not scared of the pain. I'm not scared of the chemicals. I just, sensory-wise, I hate that feeling. Ugh. But anyway, we are going into the extended multiverse. Now, something that all of these universes have in common is that they do exist within a single multiverse canonically. Although, one thing that's very, very important is that Genshin is noticeably, cut off from the other ones. Almost all of the other universes have seen glimpses of things in Genshin, have multiple different versions of characters we see in Genshin, all that good stuff. Genshin's only mention of things from other worlds or other universes are very, very select. But how are all of these universes connected in a multiverse? Structurally, it is through this thing called the imaginary tree. The imaginary tree is essentially a computer that holds all of the information about all of the possible different variations of life and timelines and all this stuff that spits out various worlds. So all of time is stored in its trunk. Through using that data, it grows branches, which are possible forms of quote-unquote civilization. Basically just general vibes of the multiverse. From there, separate timelines on those branches, different versions of each of those worlds can occur, and those go out into branches, and at the end of those branches are the individual universes themselves, which are leaves from the twigs. Their past and present are also stored along those twigs in the form of buds. Within those individual universes, pretty much universally, there are galaxies, solar systems, meaning stars, planets and moons, and then on those planets are civilizations, which typically eventually become human or humanoid, but inevitably descend from dragons. Now, why the fuck do we just accept that they're descended from dragons? I don't know. Why does everything on Earth evolve into crabs? Why have sharks just been here since the beginning of time completely unchanged? Yeah, everything evolves into crabs with the exception of sharks. the Big Bang Theory. Where did the stuff that caused the Big Bang come from? We don't know. This is not, some people make the argument like, oh, it's just like inexplicably comes from dragons. That's bad writing, except it's not, because that's also how real life works. So like, that's the breaks. Also we'll get into that in a special corner of the flowchart, fear not. Okay, and then also within civilizations, humans have dreams. Dreams are their own worlds that have their own mechanical function. There are individual dreams, and there are also shared dreamscapes. That is relevant, but they are on a different plane of reality from everything else, right? Their ability to affect the real world is entirely through human influence and human action. Yes. Okay. Now, a very important thing to establish in Hoyo's extended universe, the word world does not mean planet. For example, Honkai Star Rail is multiple planets, multiple ships, multiple civilizations, but in the imaginary tree, that is considered a world. So I understand that can get confusing. I sometimes accidentally misuse words because obviously in our human brain, the word world usually means planet. So if there's ever any confusion about which one I mean when I say that word, holler at me. Be annoying. Okay. So that is the overall structure of the imaginary tree, right? We go all the way up from the trunk of the imaginary tree that holds all of time, all of possibility, all of things, and then it branches off into the different versions that it can generate. Thank you for removing the Fugi loading thing. You're welcome. I didn't see it until just then. Now the imaginary tree is also a manifestation of life, light, memory, dream, civilization, and growth. It is alive. It does function like a computer, but it is alive. It is a computer in a very similar way to the way that humans are computers, right? Now, an opposing force to the imaginary tree is the Sea of Quanta. The Sea of Quanta is the universe's opposing force to life, light, memory, dream, civilization, and growth, which of course are death, darkness, oblivion, nightmares, ruin, and decay. The imaginary tree is constantly absorbing the Sea of Quanta. The Sea of Quanta is constantly eating away at the imaginary tree. They have to exist in equal tandem in order for the multiverse to exist, period. Which creates, of course, a situation in which being alive is futile because it will always result in death on an individual basis. However, life will always prevail over death. Something will always prevail over nothing in the grand scheme of things. And each individual life, from its beginning to its end, does contribute to that fight. So, before we jump into specifically Genshin Impact, for example, in Honkai Impact 3rd, we see humans trying to survive between cycles of civilization, right? Civilization exists, gets completely wiped out. New civilization springs up, gets completely wiped out. Are these in the same universe? AU's in the same universe, which is why the word world would not be synonymous with universe, or is it a kind of yes, it's a kind of yes, kind of no thing. It's one of those situations where it's very abstract, cosmic, existential, theoretical, up until we really get to, like, the leaf level, you know? Everything here up is not easy to put into, like, exact words or images. In fact, in Honkai Star Rail, the imaginary tree is considered theoretical, even though through Honkai Star Rail and the other games, we know that the imaginary tree is a physical entity that exists in the multiverse that floats in the Sea of Quanta. But in Honkai Impact 3rd, we see people trying to survive between eras of civilization so that they can help the next era be better. In Honkai Impact 3rd, that's what we see. We also see them dipping into the Sea of Quanta and trying to use that dark energy in order to augment light life forms. There's no simple explanation, which is a good enough answer to satisfy my question. Yeah. Like, it's basically, like, from here up is above human understanding, which includes the player. Does that make sense? Beyond the abstract, just general, like, yeah, okay. There's time and places and universes and worlds, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. In Honkai Star Rail, we see all the different paths that either embrace the death, darkness, oblivion, nightmares, ruin, and decay, like the path of destruction, or we see paths like the preservation that do their best to keep things in the imaginary tree alive. Oh, it's still theory, but the first genius of the Genius Society reaches the boundary of HSR's world and knows of the beyond. Ooh, I didn't realize that anyone in HSR, like, knew about the rest of the multiverse. Okay. Noted. Thank you, Medi, for the update on HSR. Theoretically. Hell yeah. So yeah, etc., 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 right? In Hoyoverse's thesis is that life is exactly as valuable as it is futile. Individual lives are futile, but the concept of life will always prevail, and your individual futile life is part of that battle. That is a common thread throughout all of Hoyo's games, okay? And this is the primary symbol. Can you not see my cursor? No, you can. And the imaginary tree and the Sea of Quanta are the primary avenue through which that thesis is imparted into the story. Now, you'll notice that in Honkai, there are what we call XVs, which are concurrent versions of fate, right? However, in Genshin, we do not see XVs. We do not see two versions of one character existing at the same time, the way that we do in Honkai Star Rail or Honkai Impact. We see reincarnation cycles, though. I'm going to touch back on that in detail later. However, to start that explanation, we first need to go through the mechanics and overall timeline of things. Now, on occasion, it is a known phenomenon that leaves can fall off of the imaginary tree and float off into the Sea of Quanta. We don't know how often it happens. We don't know why it happens. It just does. Abstract, cosmic, existential bullshit. We don't have an explanation that I know of. You will also notice that the part where it becomes a galaxy with solar systems, planets, and moons, humans, dreams, all of that happens as part of being attached to the imaginary tree. So what happens when a leaf falls off? In my opinion, what we see in Genshin Impact is that when a leaf falls off of the imaginary tree... Actually, hang on. I need to change the color of this. When a leaf falls off of the imaginary tree, it is unable to develop into a full universe. It is unable to develop planets and whatnot. It remains an abstract world. Again, world in the same sense that Honkai Star Rail is one world, unified in a way, right? It is one abstract world or realm without a structure that is determined by output from the imaginary tree because it has been cut off from the pipeline of data that is stored in the imaginary tree's trunk. Are we following, chat? When you see something in blue, it means that this has not strictly been confirmed by the game. However, I am like 100% certain that that's true. Like, the Herta has not looked me in the eyeballs and told me that this is how it works, but I'm pretty sure it is. Okay. From there, we can extrapolate based off of what we know about Teyvat's history. It's only getting supported by the life that's already there, / invades that world, rather than by existence itself. Yes. And we're about to get into that as well. Okay. Now, there is a set of concurrent events that are happening that begin to occur that we have to keep track of. First, because we started with the imaginary tree, I am going to start off with what happened to the leaf. Fate and outsiders will probably be the only super external factors. You're picking up what I am putting down. All right. So, we know that Teyvat, before it was a planet with humans on it, it was the light realm, which is a very abstract thing that was only filled with pure elemental dragon and pure elements. We do know that there were 7 elements from the beginning. I guess fate would be something that's inherent with existence. Yes, it is. Because even detached from the imaginary tree, time still exists, and subsequently fate still exists. So, however, when there are no humans for fate to determine what happens, right? Inexplicably, dragons exist in the light realm, the same way that inexplicably the universe exists, right? Dragons happen in the Hoyoverse because they're Chinese and dragons are just the origin of everything in general. So Teyvat started as the Light Realm, which is an abstract world filled with pure elemental dragons. The strongest dragon of each element is known as the Dragon Sovereign. And also above all of those 7 sovereigns was a Light Sovereign, a sovereign of sovereigns, the king of the world, whatever, named Nibelung. Remember that name, Nibelung. The original god of the world, basically. Each element has a unique function when it comes to generating life and hosting information that are reminiscent of the imaginary tree's function. So remember, the imaginary tree stores all of possible time, space, people, existence in its trunk, and life is generated in the form of branches, twigs, leaves, and buds from that trunk. We see that each of the 7 elements kind of has a function that serves to basically do what the imaginary tree does without being attached to the imaginary tree. Again, very similarly to how leaves can be propagated. You can grow a whole ass plant from a leaf that you found on the ground, because contained in that leaf is all the DNA and all the information that is needed to create a tree. However, it's significantly difficult. That tree will not be as strong as one that is grown directly from a seed, or even that's propagated from a branch rather than just one leaf, etc., etc. Now, cryo can pause life, especially hydro, but life always unpauses. This is something that we see mechanically in the cryo aura with Genshin. No matter who you are, if you get hit by cryo, whether you're hit with hydro or not, you at least slow down, and if you get frozen, then you totally pause. Geo has 100% accuracy when taking records, but those records can fall victim to physical erosion, which we see in No Mere Stone. This makes it very similar to the imaginary tree's trunk. Erosion is the Sea of Quanta. Geo is the trunk of the imaginary tree. It has all the information. It can store it perfectly. However, erosion / the Sea of Quanta are always eating away at it and is always fighting to stay alive, right? Dendro holds knowledge and generates life from that knowledge. We know this because through Nahida's second story quest, we learned that once upon a time, Apep, the Dendro Sovereign, contained an entire world within her body, which the oldest life forms were generated from. They live on that world on the inside before being able to exit her body and go into the broader world as an elemental life form. That is obviously that makes Apep herself very similar to one of the imaginary tree's leaves, right? She holds an entire world within herself. Animo carries knowledge between entities, spaces, and across time. We see this with Istaroth and Venti, which makes it very similar to the imaginary tree's twigs, but it is all of the imaginary tree's twigs, because this is very abstract. Once you start getting into time, it becomes very abstract, and like non-Euclidean, right? Hydro can mimic other life forms based on knowledge it holds, which we see in the Oceanid. The power of water is that it can take any shape. We know that the people, the quote-unquote people of Fontaine, once upon a time, were Oceanids, and they were transformed by one of the old archons to take the shape of humans, and are to other human beings indistinguishable from real humans. So that's very interesting. We see this all over Fontaine, and we see this in Alice's bubble universe she creates with Nicole. Small Atlas spoiler in the functions manner, if I may. Yes, please. I imagine. So I'll skip Pyro, and I'll do Electro while Medi's typing. Electro is energy, just like in real life. It can enhance, travel through, or destroy other forms, which we see mechanically in the form of Quicken, which accelerates the production of Dendro Electrocharge, in which it travels through Hydro before dissipating, and Inazuma's Landscape, where there is so much electro energy running rampant that the earth has literally been torn apart by it. And now before I go on to Pyro, I'm going to wait on Medi because, yeah. Also, what I think we can extrapolate about Pyro, despite me not having played Natlan, just from the elemental reactions that it is a part of in Genshin, is that Pyro can illuminate knowledge and other life forms, but it can also burn them, which transforms them into a different entity. Dendro burns to ash. Electro and Pyro combine and just explode into energy in the air. Vaporize, obviously vaporizes the hydro. Melt, obviously melts the ice, which is equivalent to something touching the imaginary tree. In Honkai Impact 3rd, we learn that if something leaves its world and goes and touches the trunk of the imaginary tree, poof, done, bye-bye. Anyway, Phlogiston, which is pyro-based, maybe primordial fire is programmable matter. Ooh, okay. And that is another thing that I wanted to touch on. Currently, so through Phlogiston, we know of primordial pyro, and we also know of, we also know, oh my goodness, stop. And we also know of primordial waters. So we now know that Hydro, Pyro, Geo, and Dendro are uniquely programmable. Geo has been programmed, obviously, into all sorts of records. Dendro has been programmed into Irminsul. Why that is, we'll get to in a minute. But you will notice that, again, APEP serves a very similar function to Irminsul, right? Stores all the information of the light realm within herself and generates life from it. That's what Irminsul does as well, in a very different way, though. And we'll get into why later. Now, getting out of the mechanic stuff and getting back into Nibelung and the Seven Dragon Sovereigns story. One day, the Voyager from another world, again, meaning another universe in this case, tells Nibelung that the light realm is one day going to be destroyed by the abyss. So Nibelung should leave. Nibelung says, fuck no, but I'm gonna go out and confront this abyss and try my best to find a place for my dragonkind to survive. And when he leaves the realm, he leaves it under the control of the 3 moon goddesses. After this point, the timeline converges with the heavenly principles and the twins. So we're going to go all the way back up to the top. And in a world that is attached to the imaginary tree, there is a planet that is implied to have been destroyed by, like, overconsumption. It's implied to be very similar to Wall-E, right? Essentially, the elements is Tevat attempting to rejuvenate itself and uphold itself by creating processes to mimic the imaginary tree's power that it lost. I don't think it's about loss. I think it's about just that, like, life prevails and those functions prevail anyway. Memory, dreams, life, knowledge, time, information, death, are all part of the imaginary tree. And because the light realm is a leaf, again, just like a real life leaf, the DNA for how an entire tree is made is still held in that leaf, even though that is not expressed physically, right? By just a leaf on its own. So I don't think it's trying to make up for what it lost from being detached from the imaginary tree. I think that's just what leaves do. You know, that's just what worlds do, if that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. I am going to pause for a sec to just let people digest before we go back, start getting into, like, other stuff. The other side of the timeline. not exactly lost, but recreating stuff based off the information it already had. Like, the 7 elements are basically like DNA, right? Again, like, I've already mentioned this in stream, so sorry if it's getting repetitive, but in real life, when a leaf falls off of a tree, you can propagate a new plant just from that leaf. Because if you put it in the soil, then it's like, oh, okay, the base of my stem is touching the soil. I know, because I came from a tree, that roots are supposed to come out of my base. So I'm going to start generating roots. That, to me, is what this is like. Except prior to it becoming Teyvat, when it was just the Light Realm, and it wasn't Teyvat yet, it was basically just like just the leaf sitting there, and it was Fanes / the Heavenly Principles who started to propagate it, who decided to put it in soil and prompted it to form roots and whatnot. Also, something that's pretty abstract. I apologize if I am not quite making it fully make sense, but yeah. Hence fire being pyro, water being hydro, and not known as what we know it as. Yes. And then you'll notice that under Fanes' influence, under humanity's influence, fire and water become their own concepts. Very interesting. Yeah. But it is those things, but not exactly. Like, there are some things that are just inexplicable, and one of those things is the 2 things that are inexplicable in Hoyoverse are the existence of matter and energy, and that dragons are everyone's ancestors. Okay, now, going to the other side of our timeline, to recap, there is the Light Realm, which is a leaf that fell off of the imaginary tree. This has not been strictly confirmed, but it is highlighted in blue, which means it is something that we're just going to assume is going to be confirmed because it's pretty fucking obvious. The Dragon Sovereign, Nibelung, was told by a Voyager from another world, in this case another universe, that his world was going to be corrupted by the Abyss, and he leaves to go confront this problem, and leaves the Light Realm under the control of 3 moon goddesses. Now, then those 3 moon goddesses at one point start collaborating with this thing called the Heavenly Principles to create and lead the human realm. Where do the Heavenly Principles come from, you ask? Well, golly gee, do I have an answer for you! And we got it from the fucking KFC wings! It's just so awesome, I love this game. Also a reminder that our Earth is part of the Hoyo multiverse. So, the Heavenly Principles, aka Fanes, aka the Primordial One, Lumine, and Ether, originally came from another planet that was attached to the imaginary tree. It is 2? What, 2? What 2 what? I'm canon. Oh yeah, I'm canon in the Hoyoverse. Yeah, baby! It is implied that the planet was destroyed due to overconsumption. Fanes had a directive of resource allocation. And like, it also makes some other things make sense, but that's not really like canon, I don't think. Anyway. So, Fanes is a sentient AI. So, you know, that sci-fi fantasy thing where it's like, yeah, he was technically made by humans, but he's not, because of its sentience, it's not really like a computer program the same way that something else that's really important is. And its sentience has not been outright stated in Genshin. However, we do see that it genuinely cares for the twins and humanity. Now, Fanes was sent with the twins on a mission to find the perfect planet that humanity can sustain itself on eternally. Fanes being the one to pilot the ship they're on and find the planet, and the twins being the one to guide the new humanity and presumably prevent them from falling victim to the same problems that their original planet did, overconsumption. As part of this, Fanes was given the twins and put them in hibernation pods, and was also given a human genetic vault, which has been mentioned twice in the entire game, and once not even directly. It's in a parable. But it carries a human genetic vault with it, which, when it opens, will spawn humanity on the planet it finds. So it is basically a hard drive that has humanity stored on it, or a version of humanity stored on it, which is markedly different from the imaginary tree. The imaginary tree is an open system in which it generates new things. Those things die, get reabsorbed by the imaginary tree, and those things contribute to the generation of other things, right? However, the human genetic vault is like a set amount of data. And also, Teyvat, where the human vault gets opened, is not attached to an imaginary tree. So it eventually becomes a closed loop. And that is why we do not see XPs in Genshin Impact. We do not see XPs in Genshin Impact because, unlike the imaginary tree, Irminsul is not fully alive. Irminsul is a program running on a set amount of data. We will elaborate on that later, but that informs things going forward. And yeah, Fane sees his mission as finding and fostering a world that the twins will love and be happy with, which includes two main things: humanity and stars. How do we know that? In the fucking KFC wings, we hear the story of a KFC employee who comes in contact with a being from another world who stops by the restaurant. And it says that it's journeying the multiverse looking for planets. Yeah. Fane's journeys the multiverse looking for planets and discovers that no matter how perfect a civilization is at resource allocation, no matter how natural they keep things, some of that is from the Traveler outfit, to be fair. True, right. Not all of this is just from the KFC wings, but it was first released in the KFC wings, which is crazy. But yeah, most of this actually is from the new Traveler outfits. I hate the wings. That's so fair, Betty. But it, on its journey, it discovers that the planets that any human lives on, they all orbit a sun, and eventually the sun explodes. The humanity can be totally perfect, and no matter what, the sun will explode. While eventually, a new cycle of civilization will begin, Fanes doesn't want the twins to have to endure that loss. So now it has a dilemma. It wants to find a planet without a sun, as far away from any suns. But the twins love stargazing. There's literally a part from the outfit item description where it says that it felt sorrow or like melancholy looking across a world that had a very beautiful sky, sunset, suns, moons, because it knew that the twins would love gazing upon it, but it also knew that the sun would be their downfall were they to put them on this planet. And so it sets off into the Sea of Quanta to go and find one. We don't know if this is because it heard about the phenomenon of leaves falling off. We don't know if it was just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it would find something. We don't know. But it worked. KFC Wings also called Nibelung a demon that eats the world, which alludes to a 30th customer. Hey, KFC Wings, a 30th customer? 30th? We'll look into that later. Medi, can I ask you to remind me to look into that after I finish my current, chart? I'm very interested in that. Okay. Anyway, at this point, Nibelung's story and Fane's story begin to actually overlap. Fanes has gone on his journey. Nibelung has gone on his journey. And the Light Realm, not Teyvat yet, the Light Realm is currently under the control of 3 moon goddesses. But it's still those 3 moon goddesses and elemental dragons. No humans yet. However, the moon goddesses remain in the image of humans. Interesting. Anyway, Fane, not necessarily by Nibelung, but eventually they took the form of humanoid beings. Okay. So, Fanes finds the Light Realm, and with the approval of the 3 moon goddesses, and with the help of the 3 moon goddesses, transforms the human realm into Teyvat and empties the vault onto the planet. 30th customer is probably Alice. Oh, okay. It's like, now, as far as we know, it it empties the entire vault onto the planet because it's so confident that this will work out. And in addition, it also creates 4 shades: time, space, life, and death. Istaroth, Asmodee, and I don't remember the other two's names. Someone in chat can type it out if they so desire. Love you, Eddie. And it names itself the Heavenly Principles, which embodies the, like, tenet of reason, the principle of reason. Together, they form Celestia, or Heaven. Nabarius and Renova. Thank you. They then use their ship to create the Firmament, which is a fake sky, complete with stars for the twins' enjoyment, and a protective layer between the human realm and the Sea of Quanta. It's what enables things to be held together as a world, as a planet, in the sense that, it knows, right? And then there is eventually there's, oh wait, no, actually, hang on. This actually maybe not, it's not totally true. Anyway, the goddesses act as guides to the civilizations of the human realm. I think that the reason that Fanes did it this way instead of just immediately releasing the twins was because the twins' world was pretty developed, obviously. And so Fanes wanted the twins to be able to wake up to a world that was similar to their home. And so it, with the help of the moon goddesses, had the goal of guiding humanity to become developed enough that the twins would be able to be happy in the world. Now, unknown to Fanes, potentially, Nibelung is off getting corrupted by the Abyss. Bro's not having a good time. Bro gets fucking mega whammied with, like, hell space psychosis, right? And so he returns. So not only is he corrupted by the Abyss, but also separate from that abyssal corruption, he returns to Teyvat, and he returns to the Light Realm, and he doesn't find the Light Realm. He finds Teyvat. He finds that his world has been encased in this fuck-ass, like, shell thing. And so he busts into it, busts a hole through the firmament. Oh, could you reiterate the importance between twins and Fanes? Is it doing all this for the twins' enjoyment? It is doing this for the survival of humanity with an added, like, emphasis on it being a world that the twins will love and enjoy. Because it is a programmed entity with a directive, but it also has genuine emotion and care for the twins. We see that in so it is a program that is also human in a lot of ways. So he punches a hole in the firmament, the Sea of Quanta starts flooding in, and he brings foreign abyssal corruption from another world into Teyvat. This incites the War of Funerary Flame, which is Heaven/Celestia, versus the Dragon Sovereigns. Also during this war, the 3 moon goddesses get murked, or imprisoned, or something. And during that time, various civilizations find themselves fleeing the overworld, going to the underworld, which is what we see with Enquinomia and Inazuma. And there's evidence of a unified civilization occurring during the War of Funerary Flame as people were taking cover from the war being waged on the surface, because it was absolute. You have multiple cosmic entities fighting the literal god, original god of this world, the actual primordial one, which is a lot. Anyway, so when Fanes wins, killing Nibelung, and Nibelung's body is still full of that abyssal corruption, which becomes relevant later. When Fanes wins, he takes half of the elemental power from each sovereign, usurps Nibelung, and creates Fate as a means of protecting Teyvat. Now, I say capital F Fate. That is important. I'm going to answer Will's question first. Were the MCs asleep on Teyvat way before where you'd initially think from the early bits of the game? MC and President and other twin in Conria. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, Fanes now has dominion over the elements. It is no longer relying on the moon goddesses to help carry out its plan. And so it starts doing its own thing. Now, why do I say capital F Fate? It is because if you will remember, Apep here contains a world within her, generates life forms from her, right? Very similar to Irminsul's function, right? I believe that Fanes, possibly having knowledge of the imaginary tree and definitely having knowledge of Apep, takes its dominion over Dendro and creates Irminsul, which is a programmed tree, not an AI, just a program. A programmed tree that stores Teyvat's history in a way that is compatible with Fane's desired plan for Teyvat. So it creates a loop in which any information that goes into Irminsul gets put through Fane's program fate filter, and then that version of the knowledge then gets output back into the world, right? And the idea is that hopefully, eventually, after enough cycles happen, the abyssal corruption will have, like, programmed its way out. Enough cycles of real-world knowledge absorbed by Irminsul, real-world knowledge absorbed by Irminsul will result in things getting, like, messed with. Will make it so that things stop getting messed with, and eventually it is left with just what it wants. Right? So yeah, while Fanes is sentient, Irminsul is a generative program that runs on an algorithm written by Fanes. And that is why we see it hallucinate in order to fill in blanks it encounters to fulfill its directive, just like we see generative AI do. One of the ways that we see it hallucinate is by turning information that once upon a time was considered real history, and it will still have that data, and it's like, what the fuck do I do with this? It turns it into a fairy tale, which is it will turn it into, like, a fairy tale. Now, sometimes the characters will turn something into a fairy tale in order to let information prevail past its deletion. But other times, we do see them we do see things manifesting as parables, well-known folk tales that prevail throughout time, and that, I think, is definitely due to Irminsul, like, glitching rather than actual physical work of humans, though that is debatable. But importantly, no matter what, we do not see that it is possible for history or entities to be completely erased from Irminsul. It is simply not possible because, again, it is a closed system. It is not a true computer. It is a virtual machine. It is a program. We see things get reformatted. The Balladeer's history becomes a fairy tale. Rukkhadevata becomes Nahida, and the Traveler's actions are all explained by other entities, random people, or they're just omitted because, I mean, theoretically, Liwa's story could have played out the same way without the Traveler, right? Theoretically. So yeah, again, Irminsul is like a virtual machine, while the imaginary tree is like an actual physical computer, which is why it's very circular in logic, and it's contradictory at times from the perspective of entities within its program. Anyone who is not a Descender is affected by Irminsul. When something is deleted by Irminsul, or reformatted within Irminsul, it affects everyone's memories. We see this in Sumeru. Nahida and the entire world remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and then Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, through Nahida, gets herself deleted out of Irminsul and makes it so that she never technically existed. However, because Nahida was once a part of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, the computer lets that slide, and it just kind of skips over the gaps. It's not filled in by anything in particular. It's just Lesser Lord Kusanali's always been Lesser Lord Kusanali. Was there ever a Greater Lord? No. Why do we call her the Lesser Lord? The Balladeer erases himself from existence. He's the he's the sixth Fatui Harbinger. Now there was never a sixth Fatui Harbinger. We had 1 through 5, and then we had 7 through 11. Where did the number 6 go? I don't know. Why was there a 6th slot if it didn't get filled? So, yeah, again, like, Irminsul is a program. It is not perfect, and it does things in a goofy way sometimes from our perspective, but if you were an entity that was being run by that program, you just accept that shit too. Because, I mean, how often in real life do you just go, yeah, okay, sure, right? How often do you do that in real life in your world, right? However, we as the player and the Traveler do still remember things. Okay. So anyway, Fanes But all of that pipeline is just part of saying that Phanes creates capital F fate as a means of eventually cycling out the corruption that Nibelung introduced, and as a means of eventually sealing the firmament, fixing it, etc., right? At the end of the War of Funerary Flame, it crafts divine nails to pin down important areas / civilizations in Teyvat to prevent further corrosion, but also destroys the people in each area. This used to feel like a plot hole to me, where I was like, well, if it was so willing to wipe out these major civilizations, then why didn't it just destroy humanity as a whole? And I think that's because of two things. One, it doesn't want the twins to be lonely. And two, it's not all-seeing. It got distracted as fuck during the war, and now it's trying to manage all of the remaining humanity while also programming fate and all of this stuff, right? Yeah. Over time, Celestia takes Nibelung's remains and combines that with its power over each of the 7 elements and creates Gnosis. Then starts the Archon War as a means of consolidating humanity into 7 easy-to-manage nations, and introduces visions to direct humans to fates that are compatible with Phanes' plan. Now, this is largely touched on in Inazuma, right? You've heard me talk about a lot about this on stream. It was very interesting that we basically get told by the story that Celestia, it's not about how powerful a human is or how important a human is. It's just like, if they have, like, the people say, if you have enough ambition, you get a vision. But there are some people that have more ambition than vision holders. So why exactly do some people get visions and some people don't? I think that it is because if Phanes want someone to get locked into a certain fate, it gives them a vision, A, to keep an eye on them. Get it? Vision. And B, to direct them in a certain path. So, for example, Diluc and Jeans already had natural high achiever attitudes. They already wanted to become part of the Knights. Getting a vision set that into stone, that is what they were going to do with their life. If they hadn't been given a vision, then maybe Diluc could have been like Krapus' dad, who eventually gave up on being part of the Knights, right? But he got a vision, he's extremely powerful, and it validated his drive by him getting acknowledgement from the gods, told him that, like, this is the correct path. It's a sign from God that you're doing the right thing, right? Kaya didn't die because he received his vision at the same time. He's still part of Phanes' plan somehow. Keqing's desire to make, also, this is a much smaller example, but Keqing, her desire to make something of herself with or without the help of Celestia is literally just strengthened by receiving a vision because it pisses her the fuck off. Which is a sillier example, but is relevant, right? So that's what the vision system does, is it pushes people in the right direction as a blessing from the heavens that, ooh, you're on the right path, wahoo, sparkles, clapping. Anyway, however, and this is in blue, this is not strictly confirmed, but it's the only thing that makes sense to me. Some humans manage to escape Celestia's gaze and create the nation of Conria. Folklore also abuses Celestia's inability to truly see anything in the Fontaine Archon quest. We will touch back on that later. I also think that something goes wrong with the twins with the ship at some point. And the twins crash land on Teyvat, and Phanes doesn't see it. One of the twins fully wakes up and becomes the Abyss twin. The other one stays asleep in their hibernation pod, and also there's some other bullshit that happens in there that I don't know yet that I'll learn in our conquest later. Anyway, so, or I think it's actually part of Song of the Welcome Moon. Anyway, but whether or not this is true, the Abyss twin makes King Ermin the king of Conria, and because their descender status allows them to purify and or uniquely interact with abyssal energy, just like we see the Traveler do in Mondstadt with purifying the volunteers, King Ermin is like, hey, we can use you as a weapon to defeat Celestia. We can use you to wield abyssal. We can use you as a vessel to wield abyssal energy. The twins are world hoppers in the Leaf. They are world hoppies in. They are world hoppers. They were world hoppers within a different universe, on a different world. And then they and Fanes went deep, far away from the Imagineer tree to get to Teyvat. But they are, in fact, old as balls. And basically immortal. And that was before they came to Teyvat, too. And then King Ermin decides to use that to defeat Celestia. Because of this, the twin becomes part of Teyvat and it loses their descender status and begins to work under Celestia's laws, which I've talked a lot about on stream. Nahida, when a Nahida initially introduces the concept of a descender in the Archon quest, she says it is like people that hail from another world, but that's not entirely true, because we see that Nibelung, literally the primordial being of the entire planet, is labeled as a descender. And so really what a descender means is someone that does not operate by the heavenly principles / Teyvat's laws. Now, we do hear that one of King Ermin's things is that he wanted to use power from beyond the skies to create ruin machines. What I think that means is that they must have been using abyssal energy from Nibelung's corpse, and not from beyond the firmament, because otherwise Fanes would have noticed that. Anyway, however, obviously, with the whole royal court being in on all this abyss stuff, Conria is full of corruption and racism and problems, and greedy people. There are 5 greedy people that start trying to experiment with the abyss for their own personal reasons. They do work together a little bit, but they do not have a common goal. What I think happened is that eventually they broke a hole in the firmament in order to access the Sea of Quanta, and that caught Fanes' attention because there was a fucking leak in its roof. And so it goes looking. Red is less confidence in the theory, not as much evidence, but it makes sense. Yeah. Blue is like I'm very confident. Red is I'm a lot less confident. But yeah. Anyway, they're then labeled sinners by Celestia, and Fane starts, do I want a hot cold on? Oh, yes, please. I might get to change some colors here. Ooh. Cold. Damn. Okay. On both of these or just one? Because I guess, yeah, ruin machines were not used. Or on the, actually, yeah, how much of this is just wrong? Because there's 4, like, boxes that I am not 100% confident on. How they received the abyss powers, it wasn't the hole in the firmament. Oh, yeah. I think that they got the abyssal powers before that. I just think they also eventually broke a hole in the firmament, and that's because, like, otherwise how else did, sort of Loki, like, get out into the primordial waters and all that shit, you know? Like, I think that they already had abyssal energy and power before. My idea is they already had abyssal energy and power, and then they eventually broke a hole into the firmament in addition. So I guess I'll just edit that. Right, because the abyss is a thing that's, like, within Teyvat. The abyss is something that is contained within the firmament, right? You know that the basics, may I reveal what gave them hardcore abyss powers? I'm actually kind of interested in... Let me think on that. But... So, okay. Luckily, okay, so... Yeah, what I had wrong there is that, like, I needed to keep in mind that the abyss is, like, in Teyvat. And then, however, I do still think that them punching a hole in the firmament is what No, them tapping directly into the abyss is apparently what brought attention to Fanes. But I do think that them breaking a hole into the firmament is still relevant. But yeah, that's actually probably not necessarily what them tapping directly. Oh, right, because the human realm and the abyssal realm are like metaphysically separate, and so that's what alerts Fanes. Okay. Is that better? Or is it still like not super hot? Hi, Twilight. The firmament is the fake sky, which Fanes constructed around the planet of Teyvat in order to protect it from the Sea of Quanta. But yeah, I had the logistics wrong, but the main point of these two that I intended that still works, I think, is that ruin machines weren't like directly tapping into the abyss. The Five Sinners did tap directly into the abyss, and that pissed Fanes the fuck off. Actually, no, hang on, Medi, actually, I do want to know. Go ahead and spoil it for me. I folded under zero pressure. Hello, welcome in, Princess Phantom. I am attempting to do like an okay recap of Genshin lore for my poor chat who has been getting my insane ramblings in bits and pieces over the past couple of months. And I'm waiting on a big spoiler. Oh, hey, Princess! I had to get a new account. My last one got hacked. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm super glad to have you back, though. I hope nothing like major happens because of your old account getting hacked or anything. That sucks. But yeah, welcome back, and thank you for following me on your second account. I really appreciate it. I hope you are, you know how Ermin forced the twin to absorb a fuck ton of abyss? The twin exploded? Okay. Okay. That's crazy! Oh, I'm so hyped. Oh my god, so the same thing that happened to Carrie Bear. Right. Okay. This whole thing, it's crazy how I still kind of got words, how that actually doesn't fuck up the rest of my timeline. Hell yeah, I'm so fucking smart. Anyway, so because we had to fix a bunch of stuff, let's go back. Okay. Fanes and the twins are sent with the mission to find a perfect planet that humanity can sustain itself on forever. Nibelung, the primordial one, the real primordial one, goes off to find a way to prevent the abyss from corrupting the light realm and leaves things under the control of the three moon goddesses. Fanes finds the light realm and with the approval and help of the three moon goddesses, creates the human realm and rules it as Celestia with the help of its four shades. They create the firmament, which is a fake sky that protects the human realm from the Sea of Quanta, with the goddesses acting as guides to the civilizations in the human realm. Eventually, Nibelung, now corrupted by the Abyss, returns, which creates a hole in the firmament and brings abyssal corruption to Teyvat, that's from another world, which incites the War of Funerary Flame, which is Fanes versus the 7 Dragon Sovereigns and Nibelung. When Fanes / the Heavenly Principles / the fake primordial one wins, he takes half the elemental power that each sovereign wields and creates fate as a means of protecting Teyvat. Capital F fate. Lowercase f fate is a natural occurrence. Capital F fate is programmed by Fanes. It also crafts divine nails to help it maintain that fate. Eventually, Celestia takes Nibelung's remains and creates Gnosis, starts the Archon War to get humanity consolidated into 7 easy-to-manage nations. However, some humans manage to escape that whole process, which create the nation of Conria, a nation that is determined to, like, take down Celestia, basically, and is constantly acting in defiance of it. I also think that something goes wrong with the twins' ship and hibernation pods, and they crash land on Teyvat. The twin meets King Ermin, and because of their status as the Descenders, they do not get just straight up murked by abyssal corruption, and so King Ermin starts using them as a vessel to contain abyssal corruption, abyssal energy, with the goal of turning the twin into a weapon against Teyvat. Eventually becomes too much. The twin fucking explodes, just like Carrie Bear, who we see in an Archon Quest. And 5 Conrian sinners start to use that energy in experiments for their own selfish deeds, and eventually break a hole into the firmament, which leads to some of them escaping the human realm. They are labeled sinners by Celestia, and are the reason that the cataclysm happens. I personally think that the reason that they didn't just get divine nailed and they got 7 entire gods sicked on them is because Fanes was especially upset because 1, they were experimenting on its kid, that's really fucked up, and 2, overconsumption, overproduction of machinery is what destroyed the twins' original planet. And this guy is using power from beyond the skies, which has been causing all sorts of problems, to create these machines that trample nature and pollute the world around them. And that is not just Fanes' opinion. That is a polluting force. We hear the Aranara say that. The Aranara explicitly state that the ruined machines are pollutive? Yeah. So there's that. Now, 500 so immediately after the cataclysm, I think it gets really bullshit. I actually haven't played this, nor have I read a solid summary, but from how Medi's described it, I don't think that me playing the quest will actually help me understand this much better. So, anyway, somehow the Traveler's Pod, which was once missing or unable to be opened or something, is now open and the Traveler's awake. The twin sees that their sibling is awake and is like, okay, let's fucking get out of here. However, they are stopped by Asmodee, and that's the opening cutscene. The opening cutscene of the game... Oh, it will make sense? Okay. So, the opening cutscene of the game happens during... The opening cutscene of the game happens immediately after the Cataclysm. Willow, this is where we start answering your question from earlier of, like, how the fuck does this work? I hate time travel, so I refuse to believe it. I don't think it's time travel either, given how overall time functions, but we'll also get into that later. Interestingly, Asmodee sends the Abyss Twin, or the Conrian royalty twin, back to Conria, and then we're just put back to sleep. So basically, the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles / Asmodee / the Shade of Space restores things to how they were. They prevent the twins from changing their fate to not being on Teyvat. Not only because part of Asmodee's job is maintaining the status quo, but also because they're in the middle of the Sea of Quanta, they're nowhere near another world. The twins, if they were to leave, they would not find the Sea of Stars. They would find the Sea of Quanta instead, with no stars in sight for ever and ever and ever, and it would suck. Our twin journeys from Conria through Teyvat, and eventually establishes the Abyss Order with Clothar Alberich under the influence of one of the sinners, and begins to manipulate fate. Somewhere in there, Fanes falls asleep, so the Shades just start bawling. Istaroth especially is just vibing.
Istaroth likes humanity. Istaroth doesn't totally like the whole Heaven's Will thing, and it's just kind of like, vibing. Now, up here where I said the twin fucking explodes like Carrie Bear. Who the fuck is Carrie Bear? Well, Clotar Alberich had a kid named Carrie Bear. Now, because Carrie Bear was only a half-blooded Conrian, he was transformed into a hilly churl instead of becoming normal, immortal, like full-blooded Conrians. Ved first aids Carrie Bear in getting his like sapience back, not sentience, sapience back, like his thought, his independence, his awareness back, through using a medicine that uses the power of the Dendro Archon. However, then he comes across Ved, the Sinner, and is imbued with power of the Abyss. When does the Cataclysm take place? 500 years before the Traveler starts their journey in Teyvat. What exactly is it? It's the Archon's kicking shit out of Conria. The Abyss Twin showing right as that was wait. No. The Abyss Twin was there for we don't even know how long before the Cataclysm. The twin being abused by King Ermin is like why the Cataclysm was so brutal also. Several, like a couple hundred years after the Cataclysm is when the twin forms the Abyss Order with Clotar Alberich, probably. Or at least a few decades or a few years, I don't know the exact timeline there. No one does. So, yeah, 2,000 years ago, Archon War. 500 years ago, Cataclysm. Sometime after that, Abyss Order. But Clotar is not only unsatisfied with the results of the Dendro Powers medicine, but he also has met Ved and seen the power of the Abyss and has been corrupted by it and worships it and thinks it's the best thing ever. So he creates a version of the medicine that uses the power of the Abyss and feeds it to Carrie Bear. Now, what I think happened here is that Celestia's Hilly Churl curse coming in contact with the power of the Abyss created an explosion and led to a manifestation of the Loom of Fate, which is now newly enforced by the twin eventually fucking exploding and leading to the 5 Sinners of Conria being able to, like, use the energy that was emitted as a result of that explosion. So that's really interesting. And they use whatever was generated by Carrie Bear's explosion to manifest the Loom of Fate. I think that the manifestation of the Loom of Fate is kind of a shorthand way of just saying that, like, a small window into Fate's, into Fanes' controlled Fate program was opened, and they're able to start, like, hacking it. Because, again, capital F Fate is a program made by Fanes, controlled by Fanes. I think that this explosion was destructive enough that it opened the back door and allowed them to hack the mainframe. And yeah, the Abyss, didn't just affect, the Cataclysm didn't just affect Conria, it affected the entire world, except, the 7 Archons were sicked on Conria as part of it as well. Because the Conrians, the 5 Sinners of Conria were the cause, of, like, all of, like, the abyssal problems and the twin getting tortured and all this shit. And then in other worlds, we also see Fate get So now we know that Fate can be conceptualized as a program. We can see Fate get conceptualized as a loom, a tapestry. We also, in one of the civilizations of Fontaine, we see Fate get conceptualized as a symphony that can be manipulated by introducing other melodies. Those other melodies seem to function as like a bug or a virus of sorts. But also we will note that looms are a form of computer and music is also math, which is the basis of computation. So all of it does come back to the fact that Fate is a programmed thing. Now we're finally at the beginning of the game! How are we feeling about all that, chat? How do we feel about all that? Hang on, I still gotta zoom out more. All of this, yes, all of this is background, guys. Because of those 5 sinners, abyssal energy, when the cataclysm happened, it spread everywhere. No. So, King Ermin pumped a bunch of energy into the Abyss Twin. The Abyss Twin exploded. The 5 sinners used that leftover energy for various experiments. Reindotir created Durin, created all kinds of abyssal creatures. Sertologi became a big old fighting machine. Ved, I don't even fucking know. And Rayrir was trying to make it so that his fiance would live forever or some shit. I don't fucking know. But eventually they took it too far. Like they tapped so far into the abyss that Fanes noticed. And then when Fanes destroyed Conria, it unleashed Reindotir's experiments, for example, on the broader world. It sent Durin on a rampage. It blah 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 blah. It's more like the experiments were no longer under control. Yes. Celestia, Fanes, in trying to prevent harm to Teyvat, accidentally unleashed the abyss on Teyvat the exact same way that Nibelung did. Nibelung left Teyvat with the goal of subduing the abyss somehow, but instead brought the abyss directly to Teyvat. Thank you so much for being patient. Oh, no. Bro, this isn't a matter of me being patient. I'm so excited that you, like, have questions and want clarifications and stuff. Like, that literally makes me so happy. So, hang on, let me see if I can clarify the timeline there then. So, humans escape, Twin explodes like Care Bear, begin to use that energy. After using enough of that energy, they catch Fanes' attention and are labeled Sinners by Celestia. Fanes incites the Cataclysm, which sets their experiments loose on Teyvat. For example. Okay, so now we are finally at the beginning of the game. The traveler wakes up and starts their journey in Mondstadt. It is 500 years after the Cataclysm. And we go through each nation and we learn different things. Mondstadt shows us that harmony between humans and dragons is not only possible, but is beneficial. Dvalin is happier when he's with the humans are happier when they're with Dvalin. The twins' timeline being on the Teyvat part, I got confused, was just me being dumb. No, it's not you being dumb, it's things being complicated. That's so valid. Going over it multiple times is part of the process. God knows I needed to before I was making this. Mondstadt tells us that harmony between humans and dragons is possible and beneficial, and is natural. When Dvalin was no longer under the corruption of the control of the Abyss Order, and when the humans of Mondstadt were also no longer feeling like they were under the pressure of, you know, natural disasters and stuff, they vibe with Dvalin now. Slay. Leoa, we also see this with Durin, right? Like Durin, playable Durin rewrites his history and becomes friendly with the people of Teyvat, with the people of Mondstadt, and they love him a lot. Leoa shows us that humans can sustain themselves without divine influence, and that they should. That things are not strictly better, but more free that way. Zhongli, who's the oldest being on like all of Teyvat and all of the human realm, thinks that this is the way that things should be, and that's very important. The chasm shows us the effect that the cataclysm and abyssal corruption have on both people's minds and the world overall. And yeah, Nivalet also believes the same thing. Without Celestia, like, Nivalet also believes that, like, harmony between humans and dragons is the path forward without the manipulation of Celestia. The chasm shows us the effects that the cataclysm and the subsequent abyssal corruptions spread has on people's minds and on the world overall. We also know that people with visions are more resistant to abyssal corruption, which is very interesting. One of the ways that we see this is exploring the chasm, which we know is where a lot of Reindotir's like experiments were. we see that the Abyss Order tries to cure Celestia's curse on the Conrians, but fails, unlike Focalors and Fontaine, which we'll recap later, with as few story spoilers as I can. And we also see the Black Serpent Knights attempting to purify a Celestial Nail so that they can use it as a weapon. The Black Serpent Knights were the Knights of Conria, but they do not side with the Abyss Order. They are a separate entity now. I also think that the Ruined Serpent was created to transport the nail from the Chasm's Maw to where it currently resides and guard it from being moved. We can interpret that because you'll notice the first Ruin Guard was part of the introductory because the Time Slave is a good indicator of the power of stuff. Yes. Especially if Ruin Guards were based off of Abyssal energy. We know they were based off of energy from beyond the skies. But anyway, so this is the entrance to the chasm, like right here. That's the chasm's mouth. So and we know that here is a Celestial Nail. How does Celestial Nail get all the way down there? Well, you will notice that right here with a nice convenient tunnel leading all the way up to where a Celestial Nail would fall is a Ruined Serpent, a Ruin machine in the shape of a serpent. And we have Black Serpent Knights. Well, boy, oh boy, golly gee, I wonder what that could mean. I think that the Celestial Nail fell and was like chilling out here for a hot minute. And then the Black Serpent Knights created the Ruined Serpent to take the Celestial Nail from here, burrow it all the way down. Burrow it all the way down and store it all the way down here so that they could run their experiments on it. Yes? Agree? Anyway. So we see all this in the chasm. We also see that for people without visions, the abyssal corruption like affects their faculties. It makes them physically weak, it makes them lose memory, it makes them aggressive, etc., etc. Then afterwards we go to Inazuma. Inazuma shows us that humans' ambition will always prevail, and also introduces time shenanigans. So again, trying to like keep it to like explaining the idea and not actually like spoiling like the story of it all. We find out that the Raiden Shogun, the sacred Sakura tree that you see on that big old mountain, according to anyone in Inazuma that is currently alive, the sacred Sakura has always existed. It's been there since the beginning of time. Right, Willow? I popped off. I cooked. Anyway, everyone says that the sacred Sakura has always existed. However, we learn through the Raiden Shogun's second story quest that it gets planted after the Inazuma Archon quest. It gets planted like in modern day. However, with Istaroth, the Shade of Time's help, Raiden Makoto is able to plant the sacred Sakura across eternity, regardless of when it was like physically planted, right? And so the Raidens are the only one. The Raidens and the Traveler are, and also I think technically Paimon are the only ones that like know the truth. That it was not actually always there, but it was always there. Confusing as fuck, but that's how timey-wimey stuff goes. But again, we see that people get their visions taken away, they get their ambition taken away, and then one by one, we as the Traveler and their families introduce a new ambition to them. We see a man whose vision got taken away, so he loses his attachment to his home. We give him a new means of being attached to his home. A guy gets his vision taken away and loses the memories that he needs in order to maintain his like personal contributions to the welfare of the people of Inazuma City. We reintroduce him to him and he starts paying for their welfare out of pocket again. And then there's a guy who loses his ambition, to his single-minded ambition to become the best like sword wielder in all of Teyvat, and we give him the will to make friends again and find a new purpose in his life, right? So no matter what, with or without Celestia, with or without visions, humans will be ambitious, humans will love, humans will innovate, humans will prevail. Life will prevail, no matter what Phanes does. Human nature is the one thing that Phanes cannot control. So Sumeru shows us how dreams functions. That information in Irminsul can be edited, and reality itself can be retconned through editing Irminsul. It also shows us that Irminsul ignores Descenders, and that conversely, Descenders are not affected by Irminsul being edited. Sumeru also introduces something called a samsara. A samsara is a life cycle, a alternate timeline, an alternate universe, whatever you want to call it, an alternate version of reality. We see this through living the Sub-Zero's festival over and over and over and over again, and it overall has the same thing even when the traveler makes slightly different decisions, but we are also able to change things. For example, make it so that Dia wins the fight against the against those guys trying to fuck up Dunyarzad. We see Dunyarzad go through the day super peppy and excited, and we see Dunyarzad go through the day basically dead inside. We pick a different box, we blah 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 blah, right? Interestingly, but that's the samsara that is contained within Sumeru City. Not even all of Sumeru, just Sumeru City and the specific people that are there on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. However, we do know that through that, or editing Irminsul is a way of, I guess, selecting a specific samsara. So, for example, both prior to and during the Cataclysm, prior to the Cataclysm, thousands and thousands of years ago, when forbidden knowledge first made its way into Sumeru, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata absorbed and sealed away that forbidden knowledge within herself. However, because she is the Dendro Archon, she is a direct connection to Irminsul, and so that forbidden knowledge began to eat away at Irminsul. Now, because of Irminsul's circular nature, Rukkhadevata realized two things. One, the only way to fully get rid of the forbidden knowledge is for her to have never existed, according to Irminsul, and two, she can't delete herself from Irminsul. So what she does once the Cataclysm happens is she takes the purest part of herself, snaps it off, and creates Lesser Lord Kusanali. And then makes it so that there are a trail of crumbs that will lead Kusanali to the knowledge that she needs to delete Rukkhadevata from existence and the ability to do so. Now, this prevents Fanes from noticing and prevents the Fate program from freaking out, because Lesser Lord Kusanali, instead of it being Greater Lord Rukkhadevata and then Lesser Lord Kusanali, it's just always been Lesser Lord Kusanali. And her specific words to Nahida are, "My goal in doing this is to create a new samsara in which I never existed, and forbidden knowledge never ate away at, destroyed parts of Irminsul." Now, here's the thing. Irminsul, because it is a program and not a true tree of life, it can only remember one samsara at a time. However, so then the question is, do those samsaras cease to exist? No. Because memories are life, dreams are life. And the traveler is not affected by Irminsul's memory being edited. So, the samsara in which the version of Teyvat, the alternate version of Teyvat in which Greater Lord Rukkhadevata existed, lives on in the traveler's memory, even though it doesn't live on in anyone else's. I really like this because I think that the traveler functioning as a branch that connects Teyvat to the greater universe, like, kind of almost makes them function like a branch of the imaginary tree, right? Like, isn't that so cool? And then we also know that bubble realities are able to be programmed, but if something goes wrong, they can bleed into the real world. So again, we know that dreams and memories have power. When you mark a file for deletion, you give the computer permission to overwrite the file with something new. Exactly. And this is even more enforced by the fact that Nahida's kit physically is her, like, typing on a keyboard and shit, like hacking into the mainframe and whatever, you know what I mean? Like, her ability to interact with Irminsul is physically shown to be the same way that we interact with computers. So yeah. And yeah, like, again, like, nothing ever gets truly deleted in Irminsul, right? Fontaine then showed us that celestial curses can be broken if you remove Celestia's link to its power over the elements, over Teyvat, and emphasizes Fane's inability to truly see anything. So, what is this? Oh, okay. So, one of the former archons of Fontaine took Oceanids and formed them into human-like beings. Celestia didn't like this. Fanes did not like this, but it really likes humans. And so it didn't destroy all the humans, but it was like, you get a limited time of these people being able to rock and roll before your expiration date comes up, and you guys have to return to being hydro elementals, because, like, this isn't part of my plan. Something like that. That's not canon, it's just what I think. So, yeah, the Oceanid people of Fontaine were cursed to eventually dissolve back into water hydro elementals by Fanes. And that but that curse was performed through using the connection that Fanes has to the hydro element through the Gnosis, right? Or through the moon goddesses, through the Gnosis, through the celestial nails, through whatever. And so by destroying the Hydro Throne, the one of the newer the newest Fontaine Archon Folklores was able to put on a show to distract Celestia from realizing that she was gathering enough power to destroy Celestia's Hydro Throne and return the power back to the Hydro Sovereign Neuvillette. So then, even after the curse technically got fulfilled, the people were able to regain their form as being human-like rather than being pure water through Neuvillette's full dominion over Hydro. Because once again, dragons and humans coexisting is natural and good and something that everyone wants. And I haven't played the rest of it. How are we feeling, chat? Do we feel caught up? Because if so, then I have a bunch of other shit to show you too that we didn't fully touch on here. Does anyone have any questions? Does anybody want anything clarified? Is anyone, and also, Medi, is there anything where you're like, that's not even fucking close? There's nothing denying it, but like, bro, that's definitely probably not it. I do feel caught up. Yes. Okay, good. But yeah, I'm gonna wait a second and I'm gonna eat a spoonful of Nutella. And yeah, seriously, Will, don't feel bad for asking questions. I feel like I walked through the wrong class through the test I haven't studied for. Princess, do you want me to try to... I intervened when I saw the glaring ones, but I'm doing laundry otherwise. Perfect. Thank you so much. Can you reiterate on the divine purposes of the nails rather than murder? Yes, although I'm not 100% sure. Also, can I just say, I'm so proud that even the glaring ones that Medi pointed out didn't, like, totally rip apart anything. Yippee! Okay, anyway. So, the purpose of the nails. Well, first of all, Dragon, theory. Well, first of all, you will notice that Genshin's map, like, overall takes the shape of a dragon. And you will also notice that, the divine nails hit on vital parts of the dragon's body. The hands of each wing, the head, the heart, the base of the spine, and the end of the tail. So that's really interesting. And I'll get into why I think that happened in a second. But I think that the humans that were on those major points were also like the civilizations that were like the most advanced technologically and stuff like that. I think Fanes realized upon Nibelung's return, it was like, oh shit, is that why my world is shaped by a dragon? Because you're the actual primordial god of this world, and therefore you have more power than I could ever imagine having over this world? Fuck. And also, through coincidence or through magic or fate or something, on each of those significant points of the body of Teyvat, we're also very advanced civilizations. the Dragon Spine one, long gone, Remuria, blah 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 blah. So I think it placing the divine nails had a main purpose, which was lowering Nibelung's impact on the physical terrain of Teyvat. And it had the collateral, but technically advantageous to its plan effect of like destroying civilizations that either knew too much or were getting very advanced technologically. Yes, and we do know that the one in the desert was specifically to counter forbidden knowledge, which makes sense because that's the one that's like the most out of place. That's this one right here. It isn't an important part of the spine, but you would expect that it would hit like you'd expect that it would hit on like the leg or the neck or something instead of just random part in the middle of the spine. Despite this being a devastating spinal cord injury, it already stabbed it in the fucking eye. So like, but yeah, the one in Sumeru's desert was specifically to counter the forbidden knowledge that King Deshret obtained of the true like nature of the world prior to the existence of the gods, right? Of Celestia. The other ones, yeah. Anyway, that's another one that I don't know if I can exactly put it into words in a way that feels concrete, and I think that that's just because of existential fantasy stuff. Similar to how like time travel never really feels like it completely makes sense. I think that it's Teyvat being Nibelung's body but not being Nibelung's body is just like a thing. Nails are the ultimate things are maybe getting out of hands button. I would say that, but all of the celestial nails were dispatched at the same time and have never been used again. So they were specifically used either right at the end of the War of Funerary Flame or right after the War of Funerary Flame. It's a little bit unclear. So it was more of a means of like locking things into place. Yeah, they were all at the same time. Yeah. Scary, right? Or around the same time. Not exactly at the same time. So in Zebai's portion of the Archon quest, we see that the moon envoys, the angels that led each of these civilizations that got destroyed, were given some form of a heads up. The Ibis god, which we assume is King Deshret, yes, chose to leave. Zebai chose to try to counter it, and so on and so forth, right? So yeah. They were not only dispatched all at once, but it was like specifically planned by Celestia. Like Fanes literally sent out a message through the shades and the moons to each of the envoys that were going to be affected by this, basically saying like, yeah, sorry, we're gonna murk your shit. There's at least one remaining. If you look at Celestia, you can see where they came from. There's at least one remaining. Yeah. But yeah, because currently on this map, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there should be 7. We also know that once upon a time, Celestia physically like floated directly above Dragonspine. So that's interesting. But yeah, that doesn't directly answer your question, your overall like directly answer your question, Willow, but I think it sufficiently explains the concept of divine nails. And again, that it's a lot of it is cosmic bullshit. Now, however, part of it being cosmic bullshit is because it has not been confirmed why Teyvat seems to take the shape of a dragon. However, I think I know why. Okay, going all the way back in our timeline. Nibelung leaves the realm under the control of the 3 moon goddesses. I think that at the same time, Nibelung left behind a store of his memory, which took the form of a crystal heart, as a backup in case something goes wrong, because as we know, Geo has 100% accuracy. Now, why do I say the specific word is crystal heart? Because Geo Vishaps, the way that they function in Genshin is very interesting. Wait. Hang on. Let me find it. Ah, come on! I thought I had the right wiki page put up. I didn't. Oh, come on! Am I stupid? What? Where's this enemy drops? Ah, that's what Geovishap Half-Chilling. Okay, that's what I wanted. Fossilized bone shard, fragile bone shard. Nope. Bishop's chat are devolved dragons. Yes. And the Primo Geovishap. And the Primo Geovishap, which is like the current most popular devolved dragon. This is what I wanted to pull up. That's my bad. It will drop this item, a juvenile jade. Juvenile jade are crystalline substances taken from a Primo Geovishap. Within it is contained the potential to become a dragon. These dull crystals are precipitated within the bodies of bishops sleeping in the mountains. Liyue folklore holds that they will gather power over many years, after which this crystal will, at last, replace their original heart, and the bishop will become a true dragon, one that can shake the mountains and split the earth. Now, we see similar things like this in Sumeru, when a dendro being absorbs enough memories, it can use those memories as power. We see the Aranara do this. But yes, so this is a crystalline heart. And you will also notice that the heart of the dragon is right over the chasm, which is where a divine nail hit, and where a very significant event happened, which is the fall of the solar chariot. And this is reflected in real life myth with dragons too. Yeah. Like obviously that is all attached to real life, like folklore about dragons and creation myths in China. So now we go all the way over here. Note that all of this is also paralysed by Danfeng and Danheng's storyline in Honkai Star Rail. So you will notice, obviously, the geography of Teyvat is made using Geo. And that process was done prior to Fanes having dominion over the elements, because you'll remember that at this point, the Fanes is working in collaboration with the moon goddesses, right? I think that because they were generating it using Geo, obviously the most powerful Geo entity on the ground was Nibelung's Crystal Heart, and so that informs the geography of the human realm. So it starts in Liyue, and it expands to the rest of it. And it's sort of like how, like crystals can have memory, right? If you destroy a crystal and then make it so that it continues to crystallize, it will grow back into its original shape, right? That's what I think happened here. Are we following? I am following. Okay. I then think that Nibelung's memories precipitated and asleep in the mountains, eventually gathered enough power to spit out a being, a Geo equivalent of Nibelung that has some of his memories and is incredibly powerful. Who do I think that was? Well, golly gee, if only there was a really powerful rock entity that seems to have primordial knowledge and is super secretive about everything. Oh boy, it's Zhongli! However, upon being born, he was known as Morax, the Lord of Geo and Heaven's Star. Yes. I think that he emerged from the Crystal Heart, and because he had memories of Nibelung's life, he sought communication and briefly worked with Celestia and the Moons as the Solar Chariot, which was one of the messengers between Celestia and the human realm of Teyvat. I think that eventually he started to disagree with their actions and was cast down from Celestia by Fanes and the Shades. Probably primarily, somewhere around here when he was like, oh, so you're like, your plan is to just like enslave humanity? Okay, it's a little weird. And I think that his crash landing formed the chasm. That is a major part of Liyue folklore, is that one day the solar chariot fell from the heavens and formed, and the impact of it created the chasm. Then I think when the Archon War starts, Morax vows to win the Geonosis at any cost because he wants to take Celestia down from the ground up. He tried to do it from the top down, he got thrown out, so now he's trying to do it from the ground up. Yeah. This caused a big stink on Reddit because somebody was like, "Oh, so you're saying that Zhongli emerged as Heaven Star?" I'm like, "No, I think that he became Heaven Star by ascending to Celestia, worked with them for a time, and then got thrown down." They're like, "But how could he do that?" I'm like, "Bro, it was thousands of years, and also he's a god. I don't know." Anyway, this is paralleled by Danfeng and Danheng in HSR. Danfeng was the Imbibitor Lunae, or the god of a nation of dragons. However, he committed a great crime, which I think is equivalent to Nibelung introducing the Abyss to Teyvat. And when he died, his reincarnation was not given the memories of his previous life and was cast out from his civilization. And now he wanders about just trying to avoid the strays, avoid catching strays from his past life. Eventually, however, Danheng and Danfeng walk their memories together, and they're able to like work together to solve problems and whatnot. So yeah, yeah. Now, also, this is just a separate fun thing. I also think that the 3 moons were excised from Nibelung himself, right? Like, I don't think he just created them. I think they are parts of Nibelung that he excised from himself. And so when Zhongli emerged and realized that he needed to engage in combat and stuff, he started to do a similar thing and called it the 3 Deadly Selves technique. He also introduced it to Zibai, who it was an angel, a moon envoy that saw him perform it. Zibai never was able to perform the technique in her friendship with Morax prior to the War of Funerary Flame because she just didn't have enough negative thoughts or feelings to excise any impure thoughts. Until enough time passed that Celestia had grown corrupt. They were starting to be overly controlling of humanity. It was clear that their divine plan was not going to allow humanity to have full freedom and autonomy. And her upset from that grew and grew, and that introduced impure thoughts. And then when she got the news that her civilization was one of the 7 that was being set to be destroyed, she actually did finally manage to excise her 3 deadly selves. And her plan was for her pure self to stay behind and defend Longon. And her 3 deadly selves disperse themselves among humanity to help them out. However, her pure self failed in her attempt to stop the Celestial Nail and got shattered. Iseroth combined her shattered pure self with the 3 deadly selves and then dispersed those 3 deadly selves across Teyvat. However, we also know that they weren't like fully trapped. Zichao and Morax fought together in the Archon War. For example, Ziju grants wishes from the moon. Ziji was asleep. But she was physically in the chasm, right? Anyway, love going, wow, that sounds like the 3 Deadly Cells technique. And then you go, and that's where he invented the 3 Deadly Cells technique, which means if you want to natural. Yeah, right? It happens to be 3, yeah, sure. So that's my, basically, like, not only do I just want to include Zibai because she's my favorite, but also I think that Zibai's timeline helps enforce the idea that Zhongli is a version of Nibelung. Not a direct reincarnation, but a version of Nibelung. A being that sprung from Nibelung's existence. Now, also getting into more other stuff. How the tree shit that I've been talking about, and how real life trees and real life computers and real life virtual machines line up with Genshin's memory, life, and fate mechanics. On a real tree, when a leaf dies, falls to the ground, and rots and becomes nutrients for future growth, it is not guaranteed for that leaf's nutrients to fuel the growth of another leaf. It's just not, right? And we see that reflected in the XP function, right? In Honkai's multiverse, multiple versions of the same person can manifest within the same world due to how mixed all the data has become over the course of millions of life cycles of data being exported, the time of that data being part of the cycle going down, it getting reabsorbed into the trunk of the imaginary tree, and then getting spit back out as a new life, right? It is a very free-flowing cycle. It is a very not set in stone cycle. It is a very abstract cycle, right? However, we know that Irminsul is a computer program. It is not a real tree. In the same sense that the imaginary tree is. So, on a computer program, you can make a tree growing simulator, and you can make it so that every leaf that dies leads to the growth of a new leaf that was identical to the one before it. Or get pretty close. However, Fanes didn't quite want it to be that controlled, I don't think. And also, again, it can't really fully control human nature, right? So, while Tevat does have a set in and out cycle, when and how that data goes back in can be influenced by people and affect reincarnation. So, for example, if people die at the same time, meaning their data goes back to Irminsul at the same time, or their lives were very close and lots of their data overlap, their info can get tangled up upon reincarnation. We see this, another example is Deshret in The Goddess of Flowers with Alhaitham and Kaveh, but I think the best example of this is Rostam and Arendolan. Let's see. Arendolan was the master of the Knights of Avonius, the Lion Fang Knight. He didn't possess a vision, but he wielded two great swords, and he had big, bright red hair, but also had dark skin. He was very social and an alcoholic. Rostam, who was a Knight of Boreas, okay, which is the title that Varka currently holds, was a close friend of Arendolan and was in love with Rosalind Krushka Lofalter, who became the Crimson Witch of Flames upon his death. He had blue hair. He had light skin. He I think he had a cryovision. I'm not quite sure. Etc. 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 Now you will notice that D-Luke is very reserved. He is very reserved. He's a great sword wielder. He has red hair, but he has fair skin, and he's not an alcoholic, and he's not very outgoing. Whereas Kaya is very similar. So basically, Kaya and D-Luke are Rostam and Arendolan with some information flip-flopped around. Now, I think that the reason that happened is reflected in Venti's story quest, in which we see a man, Hans, carry the memory of his friend Stanley with him to the point that Stanley's spirit is still present in the human realm. His data has not returned to Irminsul until it gets cleared by Venti, encouraging him to let Stanley go, right? We know that Rostam died prior to Arendolan, but we also know that Arendolan spent the entire rest of his life angsting about missing Rostam and how he feels like he should have died with him and all this stuff. They are very Obi coded. And so I think that the same thing that happened with Hans and Stanley happened with Arendolan and Rostam, where Arendolan felt so strongly about Rostam that he carried Rostam's data with him, and it wasn't until Arendolan died that Rostam's data was able to return to Irminsul, and subsequently in their next incarnation, their data was able to get flip-flopped around, right? We also know that there's a function of sharing names, meaning that they're sharing fates. This reminds me, and Stardew Valley is not the only thing where this happens, but this reminds me of how in video games, things sharing item IDs can result in some really jank-ass shit. For example, if you make your username an item's ID, every time an NPC says your name, the computer goes, oh, hey, that item ID showed up. That means that there should be an item ID that item somewhere in the scene, but it's not here. So I'm just going to throw it. I'm going to fix it. So I'm just going to throw that item into the player's inventory. You know what I mean? And that gets back to the thing about how Irminsul can hallucinate, right? I think a similar thing happens here, right? We see it with Durin, we see it with Stanley, and we also see it with Ajax. Who's Ajax, you ask? Well, my friends, Ajax is the real birth name of Tartaglia Child. Holy shit, fandom, you suck. We find out through this book that there was a man named Ajax who was once upon a time in love with the Tsaritsa. Oh, I already knew about this because I'm just obsessed with Child and Ajax. He's just like us for real. As soon as I saw whisperings of one of Ajax's reincarnations, about his like past life, I immediately jumped on that shit. Like pretty much immediately when the evidence of that came out. Now, Ajax was also known as Sudervoinen, or the Apostle of the Far North. He blah 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 blah. Now he was in love with the Tsaritsa, and so you will also note it. And he was also like a warrior who went to the abyss and did all this stuff and became like a servant and blah blah blah. It's a whole ass descender, or he came from another world, yeah. And so you'll also notice that Ajax Tartaglia falls into the abyss, gets the Foul Legacy transformation, which is a technique that he learned from a descender, and he serves the Tsaritsa, and he's definitely her favorite. And whether that's just coincidence or if it's because the Tsaritsa saw a little boy named Ajax and was like, guess what, bitch, boyfriend 2, electric boogaloo, it's a mixture of those two things. But yeah, he's a descender. He was in love with the Tsaritsa, and eventually got killed because boy oh boy does Fane's not like shit messing with his plans. So there's that. We also know that there is no true death as far as Irminsul is confused, because again, the data runs in a circular cycle. That idea is completely backed up by there being elemental beings whose physical forms never died, including the Aranara. Their physical forms don't die. They transform into plants, and then they go back to being little cabbage people. And their memories cycle in and out. The Aranara state that what humans call death is just what the Aranara call a loss of memory, and that a new life or reincarnation is just you getting a new set of memories. Forgotten memories can always be remembered, and so in that way, you are never fully detached from your former lives. And them saying that isn't special to them. That is also how humans work. It's just humans have the added element of having physical forms that die off. And so their data, instead of just like floating in and out of their vessel, actually does float in and out of Irminsul itself. So, that's all the information that I think you need to know in order to comprehend what the fuck I'm talking about on stream. But yeah, I don't know too many Ajax spoilers because I do want to get to encounter most of it like in Snezhnaya. But yeah, I know he's a descender. I know that he traveled the abyss and messed with its energy. I know he was a warrior. I know he was in love with the Tsaritsa. Only 2 hours is good time. Oh my god, you're right. It was only in 2 hours. Hell yeah. But yeah. And yeah, we don't have much yet. Most of this is also extrapolated from Honkai Impact lore. A lot of it is speculation. Again, anything that is in a colored box is something that has not been confirmed. Gray boxes are things that are like just straight up enforced by mechanics in the game, or oh wait, actually that means that this box is the wrong color. The Stardew Valley one. I'll worry about that later. But yeah. Basically, and again, just the overall message is that some way, somehow, human civilization is the natural form that life ends up taking. We don't know why. It's not necessarily good. It's not necessarily bad, because humanity can commit great evils just as much as it can create amazing things, but yeah. Hell yeah. So, hey, Princess, are you still here? And if so, would you like me to attempt to give a very, very, very quick and dirty, like, recap of the stuff that you missed? Because you did come in, like, right at the tail end, which is unfortunate. I can try to very quickly do that. And when I say quickly, I mean probably 30 minutes. If you would like to. If not, then I can just export this PNG and send it out so that you can take a look at it. But yeah, this is what I think I want my viewers to know in order to comprehend my shit. Can I see the meme? I'm very curious. Can that be sent spoilered into my Discord's Genshin channel or into Twitch chat too? Actually, yeah, I am really proud of myself that there was only like 1 or 2 major corrections from Medi in this whole chart. Yippee! No? No, you cannot. Damn it! Okay. Ah! There's more spoilers implied. Okay. I'll see it one day. God, this is just like when I was watching Attack on Titan with Medi and Asian Chaos, and I said, you know what? We were like halfway through season 2, and I said, you know what? As long as Sasha's alive, I don't care what happens to anyone else in this series. And then Medi and Asian Chaos proceeded to spend each other memes about Sasha dying for the next several weeks while I binge watched the rest of the series until I got to her be dying. And then they sent me all the memes. So yeah. Rip in peace. So yeah. Yeehaw, motherfuckers! Let's go play Nahida's second story quest, which will, I did already do the very beginning of it, which is where I learned the thing about, how a pep contains a world within her, meaning that she essentially functions as a leaf on the imaginary tree, or arguably a twig. And then, Nahida, I assure you that you'll like this me in approximately 1 to 2 months when you're caught up, or if you get accidentally spoiled, yeah. And yeah, we'll learn more dream and memory mechanics. But yeah, basically, in Irminsul, because of its cyclical nature, memories are life. Life is memories. Life exists in memories. If you remember something, you are keeping it alive in a much more literal sense than in real life. Because again, it is a mechanical function of the world of Teyvat, not just a metaphorical thing that humans tell each other to make each other feel better. Because this is fantasy and we can do that. Spoils I refuse to touch. Okay. Noted. Okay, that means it's really huge, because normally Medi is just like, I don't want to tell you, but like, if you really want to, I'll tell you. That's actually, I think, one of the only times that Medi's outright refused to show me something, so that means it's huge. Noted. Not as huge as your mom. Cock. That was a bad one. But yeah, there are still some typos in here, but I will go ahead and export this. There's a couple I refuse to show you. Like, it's rare, but it does happen. But yeah, let me export this and send it in the Discord. And then we will get started on Nahida stuff. Nahida's second story quest. Yeah, I'm going to go to the BRB screen so I can run to the bathroom, grab a snack, and change my stream title and all that, and category and all that stuff. The big lore drop was one, but then you just followed the chain of logic and hot coded your way to the answer. Yay! Yippee! Guys, I know I say this all the time, and it's because part of me feels like insecure / guilty about it, but like, huge like thanks to Medi for being willing to like feed my ego and my desire to figure things out instead of being directly told them, by just sitting in VCs and texting in chats with me of me being like, is this it? I go, I go, oh, is this it? Like, just over and over. It's been the entire like past like 2 months, and it's been so much fun. And also it's been so cool because like, eventually like Medi and I come to the same conclusions, but we do tend to focus on like different aspects of the story, and like together we're able to make a bigger picture. It is so fulfilling. Oh, it's so cool. Like, I love this. And I'm super excited because like now, obviously I've attracted Ducky, and Ant Demon started playing, Willow started playing. Like, we as a community are gonna figure this out. I swear to God. And yeah, if the crystal heart thing isn't true, or the juvenile jade, whatever the fuck, doesn't end up being true, then I will literally scream, cry, throw up, and that's okay. My understanding is lore is like a lineage of Medi to Basil to me / chat. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna go to a BRB screen. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm gonna send this into the Discord. I will also post probably this is a highlight for a VOD in case anyone wants to watch it later. Yeah, only 2 hours is not bad to cover an entire game, which has been consistently releasing story over the course of 6 years. I'm gonna change my stream title. I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna refill my water bottle and load up Genshin. And yeah, we're gonna do Nahida's second story quest when I get back, and then maybe start Fontaine. More realistically, we're gonna start the desert world quest, which covers King Deshret, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, or Mysterious Dendro God, and the Goddess of Flowers history. And yeah, Nahida's the best. Yeah, see you guys soon. Oh, also, there were a bunch of chats that I didn't respond to because I got too excited. I'm gonna respond to them verbally when I get back, because I want to. LOL. Okay, my friends, I am already back. While I actually set up my scene, let me look at things I missed in chat. Okay. I still can't believe the twin fucking exploded. That's crazy. The twins. Nope, I already read that. Read the box about humanity's ambition, especially with the fact that losing their visions is artificially removing their ambition rather than losing it naturally, which is a lot more damaging. It's a very, very good concept. Let's see. There was another thing I saw that I wanted to respond to that I got. Oh yeah, also, the Deadly Cells technique feels important to the overall plot. It doesn't feel like they're dropping this for Zibai and then being like, Chi-Chi is also undergone this, and God knows who else also has. They say it's not very lore relevant, crazy stuff, right? And also, again, like, we do learn that Morax Zhongli is the one that taught it to Zibai. Like, we know that he is, and we know that he's, like, the Prime Adeptus. We know he's old as balls. Like, he is clearly connecting Zhongli to the three deadly selves. There being three moons. A moon envoy being the one to perform the technique, like, clearly all of that is relevant. And, like, you know, again, also, like, Geo and Dendro's unique ability to grow and expand on the basis of memories. There's not another element that does that. Animo carries memories. Hydro can take the form of memories. Only Dendro and Geo actually grow from memories, right? Yeah, Zhongli was the one who taught it to Zibai. He's, again, Morax, Heaven Star, right? Hang on, let me pull the fucking flowchart back up again. I don't know why I cursed there. That's my bad. That makes it sound like I'm, like, upset or something. I'm not. Again, pulling the chart back up. Oops. Yeah. The Lord of Geo and Heaven Star emerges from the Crystal Heart. We get this confirmed in Zibai character profile. The technique had to have been done beforehand then in order for this technique to actually yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's come from somewhere, right? but we see it in Zebai's character story number 2. In a time long past, when Zebai descended upon the mortal world as an envoy of the moon, he befriended a being most unusual. Though he bore the semblance of a mortal man, one with a striking visage, he could ride the clouds and mist, move mountains and fill seas, shatter rocks, and grind jade to dust. Yet, despite possessing powers that could rival the divine, he was not of angelic race, much to Zebai's amazement. One day they agreed to meet high in the mountains to duel in the Adeptus arts, yet when the hour arrived, her opponent was nowhere to be seen. There was naught but a distant rumble on the horizon. Zebai followed the sound and discovered 3 identical figures aloft in the clouds, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Amidst the clashing of their blades, she could hear faintly a battle cry, "The Lord of Geo, Heaven's Star!" Before long, the fighting ended, and the 3 figures merged into one, alighting before her. It was none other than her astonishing friend. This matter piqued Zebai's curiosity, and her friend did not withhold his secrets, imparting them most generously. And so she came to learn the ancient art of trifactor excision, or how to excise the 3 deadly selves. And then, yeah, the thing of, like, she was too pure for it, then she found out that Celestia sucked, and she split them, and then she died. But yeah, she learned it directly from Zhongli. Just for you, I could leave it on a shelf, keep it to myself. As I feel my heart, I'll give you my grand review. That's so cool, right? Right? But you'll also notice that it explicitly states that Zhongli, I mean, this could just be a typo or something, but it explicitly says that Zhongli, like, there were 3 beings that merged into one, not 3 beings in one pure being. And I think that's because he already is just a fragment of Nibelung. Like, I don't think that there's a pure being that he can be. If that makes sense. But that's not confirmed, like, even a little bit, so. Yeah. I'm personally... No, I want to hear Nahida's voice. I am going to skip through dialogue quite a bit, just because I'm not feeling in the mood to, like, properly sit and watch, but I do want to hear Nahida's voice, so we are going to have the dialogue play at least a little bit. What am I doing? Oh, hey, so... For context, why I'm asking this, it's because when you're world level 8, you can get between 2 and 3 boss drops, but in world level 9, you're guaranteed 3 and can get up to 4. Hey, Medi, are you available for me? How much do you have saved up for Linnea? Oh boy. It's a lot. So I know we're over 200 now. Yeah, Medi, are you available for me to hop in and get some Kale Ascension stuff? If not, that is a-okay. I know you are doing laundry right now, so if, like, breaking your flow is simply not part of the vibe right now, fear not. And with this, we now have 208. We already have 34 pity, so, you know, if you imagine starting from zero, we basically have 240, which means we are on our way to guaranteed C1. I have 34 pity and I'm on a 50-50, so we are on our way to... Oh wait, no. Yeah, we're on our way to a decent... Sorry, we're on our way to a decent shot of C1. Sorry. Hold on, I'm in the middle of a currency wars run and 8-shot, but I'm also about to end, then I can switch. Thank you so much, Medi. But, yeah. Also, okay, I've seen a lot of debate about whether Linnea is actually worth it for Zebai or not, compared to, like, C6 Eloa or Zero Goro or whatever. I don't care, she's adorable! Look at her! She's so cute, she's so pretty, she's a Rosalina homage! How can I not pull... Rosalina was a very early, like, kin for us as a system, as a child. My auto battle techniques are immaculate. Hell yeah, brother. But yeah, and also we are going to... Paimon's bargains are going to renew in 2 days, so we're going to get 5 more thingies, and then obviously there's going to be events, and all that good stuff. So yeah. I think that we have a decent shot. I know, Ducky. It's just that, like, she is not so broken that she completely usurps, like, really well built, like, you know what I mean? In terms of, like, the difference between, like, a Skirk team without Escoffier versus with Escoffier, Linnea's difference is technically smaller than that, and that's why people are arguing. People are mad. People are getting upset that people are calling her, like, Geo Escoffier or Geo Anefa, because they're like, oh, well, technically the number gap isn't as big or whatever, but I'm like, I don't care. It's still a huge DPS upgrade from the 4-star units, but because it's only 30k, you know, it's stupid. It's stupid. But yeah, some people are arguing about that. But yeah, I do know that she is best in slot for Zubai. I've done so much research. I have pre-farmed her talent materials. I can't pre-farm any of her, and I pre-farmed all the Fatui warrants I need. I can't pre-farm anything else yet, unfortunately, but that's okay. Yeah, I have Fatui warrants out my asshole. I'm thinking about going for Llama in phase 2, even though I don't think I have a solid team for her because she's pretty. Unfortunately, Llama and Nefer are like kind of like the two characters to pull together. People call her Vio Scuffier because she's literally, that's what I'm saying! And then people are like, oh, but she's not actually as good, she's not as good for the buy as Scuffier is for Skirk. So actually, she's better off being referred to as like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You suck. Like, literally just shut up. You're annoying. But yeah. I have Fatui warrants out my absolute asshole. I have the books to level her talents up to 6, her skill and her burst. I have not pre-farmed her. I don't know yet if I'm going to be able to get her weapon. So I currently have some condensed resin on standby, so I can either spam farm to max out my R5 slingshot, which is currently on Cole, or so I can upgrade her weapon like pretty quick. I need world level 9 right now, but thank you, Ducky. Great sub DPS with respectable shred and some healing, not because she's the same level. Yeah, right? I'm like, shut up! You people are annoying as fuck, right? But yeah, Ducky, I'm jumping into, like I said earlier, I'm specifically jumping into Medi's world because he's world level 9, so he gets better, boss materials than I can get, and than we can get in world level 8. And God knows when I'm gonna get to world level 8. God, I love Machine Love. I love you, Jamie Page. And I love you, Janie Cox. Out of curiosity, what is your main method for Primo getting? Is it mainly quest? Yeah, the fastest way to get Primo gems is to do quests and subsequently unlock. Can you inflate? Okay. Of course now you do. Oh my god, you suck. There we go. Is to do main story quests so that you can unlock the various like trees and things like that. That you will get a shit ton of primos from all of the world quests that you unlock via completing Archon quests, and from all of the like, you know, Dendroculus, whatever equivalents, right? The where you submit all the sigils and stuff, right? Or Carp's Rest in Chenyu Vale, all that stuff. Natland, and yeah, Natland's exploration and main quests give way better rewards than Inazuma, Sumeru, or Fontaine especially. I would say overworld exploration for Mondstadt and Liyue is pretty worth it because it's easy and you get a fuck ton of exquisite chests. Inazuma, Sumeru, and Fontaine don't give you a shit ton of exquisite chests. Natland does, and also its tree gives you 50 Primo gems per level, whereas all of the other trees fairly sparingly give you intertwined fates, but mostly give you acquaint fates. So, yeah. Like, that's why I've been talking about, like, my current plan is to try to speed run to Natland, so that I can grind it at least during Linnea's banner, like the overworld exploration, and just submit all the pyro sigils that I can. So. Okay, also, for people wait, what? I almost said for people who missed it, but I literally didn't stream it. Nodcry also gives a lot, but there's less levels on the tree equivalent, yeah, and anyway, focus on Archon, story and world quest, and then some region exploration. Yes. I would look up all of the, and also shrines of depths are very important. So basically we meet Nahida and she's like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. And that is a side effect of us erasing Greater Lord Rukkhadevata from this version of Teyvat, or turning this version of Teyvat into one where Greater Lord Rukkhadevata never existed. But there are still artifacts left over from when her data was part of this reality. And we find out that one of the things that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata promised to Apep, the Dendro Dragon Sovereign, was that they were she was going to help prevent her from being killed or like overridden or driven insane by abyssal corruption, by forbidden knowledge. But obviously, because Nahida forgot that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata existed, she also forgot her promise to the Dendro Dragon. We also remember that inside the Dendro Dragon, there's another world which grows elemental beings. And when those elemental beings are grown enough, they go out into the real world. Some of those beings sought out Nahida and were like, hey, can you help us get back home? Can you help Apep? And Nahida's like, God, how did I forget that? And so now we are in the process of tracking down where Apep is in modern day Teyvat so that we can help her out. Her being Apep. So, yeah. I hope that that is a good enough summary. If not, holler at me. And yeah, we also learned that, actually, hang on, another thing that I should go over. We also learned that, Tumors of the Withering, which we see all over Sumeru, are Apep's elemental life forms that have been corrupted by forbidden knowledge. And when they die, their corpse turns into this, a Tumor of the Withering. And so it's very interesting that the Withering is specifically when, like, pure Dendro, that is imbued with life also gets imbued with forbidden knowledge. Like, this isn't just like ordinary Dendro. It is specifically Dendro that is like super duper pure from prior to Fane's creating the human realm. Right? So that's an important thing to know. Okay, we're gonna sit and watch this part.
テイワットの誕生から始まったわ。スメールはアペプの領地で、当初は一面が青々と茂ったウリンだったの。え？昔は砂漠がなかったのか？そうよ。巨大な釘が天から降ってきて。
Oh yeah, we also learned from the Aranara that sand is like not Geo. Sand is like destroyed life specifically. Which is interesting. Or the sand of the desert is anyway. I'll be available the rest of the night sporadically, so just hit me up whenever. After this cutscene, can I go ahead and swing in there, Medi? Also, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata and Apep, I think, had their deal prior to her becoming the Archon. Yeah, I thought the gods and dragons were on good terms. But they both want to balance, but until that balance is achieved, yeah, conflicts will manifest. Oh, Apep's an it. I thought it was a she. My bad.
アペプを救うことが最優先事項なのは間違いないわ。私の手にあるこの結晶こそ2つの事柄を結ぶことになる
Nahida has a crystal stored in her memory that she doesn't know where it came from. It's obviously a remnant of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and it's probably the thing that is needed to prevent the Forbidden Knowledge's corruption from destroying APAP from the inside out. Just Nahida doesn't know that yet. Oh, right. First, let me wait for Medi to come online, and then I will do those boss fights, and then we will continue on with the story. That was my response to Ducky. I still need a couple minutes for most beloved Basil. Okay. I will do this next bit then. Thank you, Medi. I appreciate you very much. So these are in the shape of fungus, but they are not actual fungus. They just took that form. They are again, like pure beings that came from inside of APAP.
そうじゃなくってさ、だってお前らは同じ種族じゃないだろ。
関係ない。僕、家族、好き。家族、僕。
All right, buddy.
おい、ちょっとわからないぞ。
家族が愛し合っているなら、他のことは重要じゃないと言いたいんですよ。あなたたちは見た目を重視しますが、私たち見た目よりも頼りになるし。
When her eyes go like that, she's gotten a message through the ley lines from various dendro beings.
それでもオイラはお前についていくぜ。そうなのね。わかったわ。いいえ、いいの。森にはこれ以上情報がないわ。手がかりはここで途絶えてるみたい。
ごめん。
大丈夫。結晶は近畿の知識と深く関わってるんだ。もしそうなら他
結晶と世界の滅亡。草の王、今唐突に思い出しました。
Also interesting that even though she's the Dendro Archon, it does manifest as a crystal, isn't it?
ええ、なんとなく。それがどうしたの？
So I guess Geo is less vulnerable to... Yeah, Geo being less, like, easily manipulated by Erminsul's deletion and stuff makes sense, because obviously it's just a different element. Like, Erminsul is entirely Dendro.
保存？まだ消されてない
Preserving the Apocalypse?
その可能性は低いわ。予言ではどこへ？
スメールの東。底知れぬ地下。
So we're going to the chasm? Hang on. The prophecy is a story that connects the events of the past and the future. A family member once said that the apocalypse is part of us and that there's value in preserving it. So another pure elemental being was like, actually, I want to keep the forbidden knowledge around and managed to preserve some outside of the purview of Erminsul. And since it's in the chasm, yeah, I'm guessing it's been converted into some form of a crystal also.
急に難しい話をしてごめんなさい。私についてきてちょうだい。
Yeah, I think it's probably been hidden in the chasm in some kind of a geo preserve. I'm unable to reach the destination? What? No, I'm not. Okay, weird. Also, I got mail. Whose birthday is it? Sijuan's birthday! Yippee! Alright. Oh, it's because it's underground. Duh. Yeah, normally when they get corrupted by forbidden knowledge and then they die, they become withering, so... But yeah, if it was using the celestial nail to keep itself from getting fully destroyed, then that makes sense. Oh, it repaired the wrists of Teyvat long ago. Oh! Wait! Oh my god, wait, hang on. Willow, I think maybe the divine nails were used to repair the holes in the firmament. Maybe. Yeah, the nail has the ability to purify and stabilize power that shouldn't exist in Teyvat.
その光に照らされた近畿の知識はまた変な比喩だけ
Yeah, it avoided that end using the power of the Celestial Nail, which was used to fight against the Abyss, and it repaired the rifts of Teyvat. Interesting. Or just like kept the Abyss from being fully rooted in the human realm and instead being in its own abyssal realm. Something, something, something.
草の王はつまり世界の滅亡は巨大
近くにあるはずよ
Okay, so the oozing filth is preserved forbidden knowledge.
行くよ
Interesting? I don't know why that didn't occur to me. I figured it was just like lasting damage, but no, it does make a lot of sense that it is specifically like preserved forbidden knowledge, doesn't it? That makes more sense than it just like hanging around. Okay. But because it's so deep in the chasm, and because it has taken such a corrosive form, it usually just kills the people, so it isn't able to spread that way, as my guess? I'm not really sure, though. Oh!
Mira, 周りの沈殿を取り除かないといけないみたいね。あなたたちならできるでしょ？有面積で沈殿の湧き出す。
Ooh!
やっと救い出せた。
Interesting that brass instruments come in so heavy there. I wonder if it's because this is the place where...
あの光は
This is the place where the Serpent Knights did their utmost to fight against Celestia, right? Like, this area in and of itself is kind of a declaration of war. The Celestial now being down here instead of up near the surface is kind of a declaration of war.
長い時間が経ったからでしょうか。神霊の力は世界の滅亡よりも
Okay, so oozing filth is a stabilized and preserved version of forbidden knowledge. So when they say preserved, they don't just mean it still exists. They mean it is like set in stone.
私の元素力を使えば追い払えるはずよ。でもこの方法だけが正気なの。
Yeah, if she comes in contact with forbidden knowledge, we are fucked.
旅人。いいえ。
I'm sorry, I get a little anxious. That's crazy.
あ、そうだ。この前言ってたよな。あれの力を使うの？でも
草の王がためらっていらっしゃ本当の使い道がわかる前に使ってしまう。
Yeah, we're fine. We have axe.
あれもダメ。気持ちはわかります。でもこれが故郷に帰る唯一の道。
大丈夫よ。ということで旅人に任せてもいいかしら。
Also interesting that there's a flame in there. There's a flame wrapped in Geo, wrapped in with Dendro growing out of it. So, which implies that there's water also there sustaining it, and air for the leaves, right? So like, yeah, that's all the like major like creation elements. Late to say, but thank you so much for the lore theory recap duck into stream. It helped a ton. I feel like I've been decent at picking up on the of what's being conveyed in Genshin and you and Medi by association. Has been so good at helping me understand the macro. Yeah, of course. I'm super glad it's been helpful and that you've had a very, very fun time with it. I've also had a lot of fun talking about it with you.
そしてあなたたちはわしはどれくらい待っておったんだろうか。よかった草の王が自ら見つけてくまた小さく
Did you get smaller again?
ごめんなさい。
So yeah, I guess that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was big, and then after King Deshret brought Forbidden Knowledge, when she absorbed it, she became small, and then stayed that way, I guess is the implication then. Because that was a debate for a while. It was like, was the adult-looking form of Greater Lord Rukudabata actually something that ever physically existed? I think that confirms that it did.
そうだな。その世界の滅亡は徹底的に排除され、その後も我々一族
Even you can promise you'd remember agreement after forbidden knowledge was erased. Interesting. Oh, so it preserved. So this grounded Geoshroom chose to keep itself enshrouded in forbidden knowledge as a backup to remember Rukudabata's promise to it. Oh, that's so sad. Janie finally says, I love you back, and important to note, this was said while sobbing about being late for work? Home from... So, oh no. Is everything okay? I think that's a bit, but I'm not sure. Y'all good? But yeah, that's crazy that this little guy was like, Greater Lord Rukudavata is going to get rid of forbidden knowledge, but that means that she might forget her promise to me. So I personally am going to enshroud myself in the corruption of forbidden knowledge down to the Geo level so that one day I might have a shot at reminding her. Oh, this little guy, I love him so much now. Also, holy shit, this music is so good. For saying I love you back. Aww! Yay! I love you too! But yeah, that's so... Wow, that's so impactful. That this one little being preserving a little pocket of the apocalypse saved the entire world. Oh, we disrupted its plans, didn't we? During the Chasm quest. Oh, no, never mind. Hang on. Wait. In order to preserve a stable memory, I had to change the power of the apocalypse into a different form, which the giant spike that fell from the sky can do. So the celestial nails also serve to reformat things as well, is what I'm interpreting from that. So let me add that to my little flowchart. Celestial nails, celestial nails, celestial nails, celestial nails. Let's see. Format corrupted data into something compatible or at least isolated. Okay. Cool. A fire seed? Huh? A fire seed? Oh boy. Okay, adding that to my pyro notes. Goddamn. Fire seed. So the fire seed can reactivate the heart of a fire seed it fuels the Dendro Dragon's heart of Oasis / internal world. Okay. Because I imagine that the heart of Oasis refers to the part of APEP where she hosts and like generates life, right? Oh. Uh-oh. Fire seed is powerful and fragile. Okay, makes sense. Burns fast. Okay, so we need to save it. Okay.
さあ行きなさい。
君を
I don't remember this part of Genshin. Do you remember when you stopped playing? Because this was released,
一緒に帰りましょう。
I think, during Fontaine, actually.
さっき
Even though it's a Sumeru quest.
草野会いに来てくれてありがとう。おかげで我々
But basically, we're learning more about the Archon's relationship with the, original Dragon Sovereigns. Also, Auracia, I fear that you missed the giant recap that I did that provides context for all the gabbing about Genshin lore I do. I can, however, send you a link to the chart that I drew out for you to look at.
一番帰郷するべきなのはあの子です
Copy media link. Hang on. Here's the media link. I'm in Nodcry. Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, this is technically a character story quest. I don't know. That should give you a link to all the bullshit that I yap about. I wouldn't. You don't really need to worry about like all the imaginary tree stuff. You can go down to the part about elemental dragons and shit. And also, if anyone wants me to do another really quick recap, I totally can. But yeah, red is stuff I'm like really not sure about, but but makes sense. Blue is stuff I'm really confident about. Yellow is stuff that's like, blue is very confident but not wholly confirmed, but it's like very heavily implied. Yellow's not confirmed and also not really heavily implied, but just based off the way Hoyo writes things, I'm pretty confident in it. Orange is just extra stuff about my favorite character. Green is just summarized Archon quests, and purple and gray cover like mechanics, basically. But yeah, it's not really a story recap so much as it is like breaking down the world and the mechanics and whatnot. Oh, whoa!
あの子の残した小さな
感じますあの子の知識と感情悲しみ
Okay, so it returned to the ley lines. It didn't, like,
見た目は重要
get erased
じ
or
ゃない
anything. Okay, good.
見た目は重要じゃあります帰ろう故郷に
故郷に
Hang on, I accidentally left my water bottle in another room. I need to go grab it. I'll be right back.
近くよついてきてもうそう遠くはないはず
Like, literally just, like, in the other room. Very quick grab. The bottom box. I haven't played the rest of the game yet. Yeah. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Just tee. A lot of it has been me guessing and Medi, like, telling me, like, hotter, colder, confirming where I've gotten things right or telling me where... Cause like sometimes I'll just be like, oh, could it be this? And Medi's like, yes, that is literally exactly it. And then other times it's like, not even fucking close.
潜んでいるのを感じる時には近く時には
It's been very, very fun, like, putting it together like a puzzle instead of just, like, viewing it, you know?
向こうもすでにこちらに気づいている
Ah! Alright, bass trombone, pop off.
何も見えなくなっちゃうぞ
So yeah, I guess Dendro uniquely spawns from other elements, which is really interesting. Like... Holy shit, I forgot how badass this thing looks.
間違いないわ
This is Nahida's second story quest, yeah.
総流のアペプよでかいだろうとは思い
Apep is the, as far as we know, like the original Dendro Dragon Sovereign, like going all the way back to the original Light Realm, not like Nivalet, who is, a reincarnation. Right? Oh, would. I mean, she wouldn't, but I would. Honestly, with you, yeah! Monster fuckers, monster fuckers, let's go! I have found my people. Amun? Who's the fuck is Amun? Amun, Genshin. Oh, King Deshret! Da 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 da. Da 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 Deshret! Also, good to see you, Al. I hope you're having a great night. Thanks so much for stopping by and chatting. I'm glad I was able to stop by your chat yesterday or the other night. And thank you for redeeming your daily ticket. Yeah, so, yeah, she's fallen victim to... Oh, time will bring death to all. Even though I'm gravely ill, my mind remains clear. No, it doesn't. And also, like, girl, you literally are life. Hang on. So... You hate both gods and humans, but you've grown too weak now. You need to let go of your hatred for only a moment. Even if you heal me, you'll only be reviving the dragon that will destroy Sumeru and the 7 nations. Okay. So... She's saying that once you recover me, I'll just destroy Sumeru and the 7 nations. Possibly being afraid of doing what Nibelung did? In a way? Yo, I love, you know that one Pokemon that's the Sword and the Shield, but isn't from the game Pokemon Sword and Shield? You know the one. Road is open, take your time. I know this is a tense moment of quest. Thank you very much! The external form isn't this important, her inner nature is the same. This is their residence of the homeland. Oh, whoa! Oh, poor guys! Aww. Age slash, thank you. So forbidden knowledge like strips people down of their humanity. Okay. Also, guys, my friend Auretia has recently come back to streaming after a bit of a break, so if you guys would like to support her, I would super duper appreciate it. She streams around like 6 a.m. my time. So like around the Medi time slot. So if you guys are looking for somebody cozy after I have gone off to bed and when Medi is not live, then she is a very, very good candidate. I enjoy her streams very, very greatly. I lurk as often as I can and stop by chat every now and then as well. So yeah, lots of Minecraft, lots of Fields of Mystria, some co-working, etc., etc. And the chibi model's so good, so cute. And yeah, they just want to survive. That's so sad. Hey guys. Sorry, I'm gonna have to throw a horse at you. I love you though! Oh, they're like the Bell Beast and Silkong. Oh, they didn't mean to leave. Okay, so what made them leave? Okay, so this is like their fucking Marana avatar. Also, if skipping through the dialogue starts to get annoying because I'm cutting off the voice lines, let me know and I'll stop it. The dead silence and then just... This is getting complicated. It's so funny. Yeah. We gotta risk it.
心配しない。
Gotta risk it for the biscuit, man.
これは私が決めたことだから。たとえどんな結果になったとしても、私が背負うわ。消費される元素力は多くない。でも、私の
I use my elemental tower to stabilize it a little. It shouldn't be a problem. All right, Nahida.
わがまま。
No, don't apologize, Animo Fungus. You're looking out for your family.
ありがとうございます。草の王。
あなたたちにとって一番重要なのは、それに、あなたたちを守るだけでなく、何せ、あの巨大な総流も。
私はあなたの味方ですよ。そう。
ありがとう。じゃあ始めるわね。
故郷に帰りましょう。みんな、もうすぐ帰れますよ。
Mm.
うわ
Whoa!
無数の知識と感情がこんな短い時間で。
お前はみんなの期待を背負ってるってことだぜ。
Based?
やっと故郷に帰れます。
それじゃあ出発しましょう。
So yeah, it's like a collective consciousness situation. I fuck with that. Can I get that Dendroculus? Or it is, it's up there. Can I grab that? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? I don't know why that reminded me of that. You guys have seen that video, right? Where it's the little, can I pet that dog? And it's a bear. Or like, or something. I'm pretty sure it's a bear. Or a wolf, or something. It's definitely, it's not even like a wolf or like a coyote. Like, it doesn't even look remotely like a dog. It's just she's so little that she doesn't know. Hang on, is there a waypoint faster? There is. Yippee! Alrighty. Oh, come on! What? What fought me for exactly 2 seconds before? Hang on. Brief break to get some boss fights done in Meddy's world. For people who don't know, at world level 8 you get between 2 and 3 boss mats, but at world level 9, can you, if you send me a request, I totally can. So that is my code. But at world level 9, which Meddy is at, you get between 3 and 4, and I would like to not spend 5,000 years doing my shit. But I also want to go ahead and do it now so I don't have to haggle Meddy again, like, immediately later. I mean, potentially one more time before I go to bed, but blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to, get stuff for Cole. Actually, wait, hang on, let me double check. Because I want Cole to get up to A4, so I need 2, 6, I need 12 of these. I currently have 3. So yeah, 3 more runs should do it. No, I need 14. So yeah, 3 or 4 more runs to do it. Okay. Oh! Oh my gosh, I was menuing. Oh, I fucked up. That's fine. I'm contributing nothing to this. I'm so sorry, Betty. Hi, Kajing! I love you! I fucked up my rotation, like, squared. Yay! Yeah, I guess I need 14, so we have 6. I have enough resin for 2 more runs. Wait, hang on. Let me double triple check my math because I'm paranoid. Hang on. 2, 6, 14. Yes, I want 14. Yeah, how are you doing today, Pancakes? Thanks for redeeming your daily ticket. I hope you're having a great day. Oh my god, I fucking missed the horse. I just got an achievement. For what? I don't know. And one more. Oh, yeah, sure. That can work. That could work. Man, yeah, I still need at least 2 runs if I want to get up to 14. Dang! I was hoping I could get some lucky 4 rolls, and then that would, make it so I don't need to do, like, even more runs, but oh well. Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Meti! Alright, and then it is time for us to confront the Dendro Dragon. Hey, I finally got a 4 roll! But that annoys me even more, because now I need to do an entire run just to get 1 more of these. You know what I mean? Double Great Flower! Willow, they made Baizhu playable, like, years ago. Oh, Willow. Willow, that was forever ago. I love that. That's awesome. And yeah, he is one of Medi's, like, major blorbos, as he very well should be. I love that he looked at Chongqing and was like, man, I don't want you to have to die, but I also don't want other people to have to die. Guess the only solution is for me to become immortal. And you know what? He's so right. That is the best solution. It's not delusional at all. Or grandiose or anything like that. It is simply the only logical conclusion they came to. It's a male character. No one talks about them unless they got a fat ass like Barca or Zhongli. Does Zhongli have an ass? I mean, he has more of an ass than Kaya, but like, that's a low bar.
ソウリュウはこの中に住んでるのか？そうだな。ええ。それにアペプを見つけて終わりじゃない。
Enter the world inside the dragon.
協力なしでは。でも、
Okay.
試してみましょう。アペプ、私たちの立場は違うし、世界と秩序についても違う理解を持っている。けれど、私もあなたも元素力から生まれ、近畿の知識に深く毒されていたわ。私たちの本質は同じで、同じ敵と対抗しなければならない。だから偏見から交流を拒むのは良くないことだわ。ソウリュウは本当に聞き入れてくれるのか？
I love that, like, this really deep philosophical mapping is happening between Nahida and Apep, and my chat is talking about Genshin male ass. That's so awesome. Nor do I expect you to be grateful. Very good line to include. Yeah, they're making it very clear that this is not like a white saviorism thing. It is a genuinely, this is the best way to handle this situation. Thing. Oh. They want to return to Apep's dreams. Oh. True. If you feel so much hatred that you, like, abandon your children, then you've lost the plot, right? Which is what happened to Nibelung. He decided that he hated what was happening on Teyvat with Celestia enough that he was willing to even destroy other like dragons and stuff and his own moon goddesses for the sake of bringing things back to the way he thought that they should be. Void. Ooh. Interesting. Oh! That's what she said! Yeah, she's not necessarily agreed with Nahida, but she's definitely opened her mind up at least enough for us to use some of that without it. Oh, are we in her world? Oh, just straight up she let us in? Oh no, so she did listen to Nahida.
でもきっと大それは分かってるけどな。早く行こうぜ。あいつが
I love being Nahida. I love being Nahida. Why can't I sprint? That's so lame. What the fuck? Okay, that's not ominous at all. Zhongli's pillar has more ass than most. That's so true.
これがオアシスの心のはずよ。火種を使って灯せばアペプの元素力を補充できるわ。そうすれば
Oh, that is shriveled up.
健康になっていく。じゃあ早く灯してから旅人。ええ、分かっているわ。ちょっと待って。
Uh-oh.
なんでだよ。火種が砕けた。こんなに不安定なものだったの。なんでだよ。そこまで使ってないだろ。
It didn't even shatter. It just disappeared.
もしかすると、でもあの状況でもし全員に力を使わなかったら、それにしてもすぐに砕けるなんてことは起こらないはず。
Did Apep destroy it?
もしかしたらこの火種を作った当時、
Oh,
私が比較的弱って
true.
いたのかも。つまり
Right, because
砂
Rukudavada,
漠を救ったあの頃、
yeah,
そんな
made it all the way back in the day. But she was already corrupted by forbidden knowledge at that point.
ここまで来た意味がないじゃないか。ナヒーダ、他に方法はないのか。私は心配ないわ。パイモン、責任は私が取るわ。
Is she gonna try to make another one?
私の元素力には微細な違いがあるけれど、あの力を模倣して自分の力を加えれば火種になるってこと？ええ。とても力を使うことだけど、砂漠の時ほどじゃないはず。でもまた小さくなるかもしれないわね。もっと小さくなるってどうなっちゃうんだ？草か枝になるわ。つまり生まれたばかりの姿に成長する過程を逆転させれば、私は限界を超える力を発動できる。
Reverse the process of growth. Interesting.
失っちゃうんだろ？見た目だけじゃない、感情とか記憶とかだって。大丈夫。命が危ないアペプに比べればそんなのどうってことないわ。絶対ダメだぞ。きっと他の方法があるはずだ。それにお前がそんなことになったらスメイルのことは。
We so rarely see Paimon talk to someone without the traveler being present.
パイモンと旅人は
Oh.
私のスメールの土に植えてちょうだい。そんな姿になってもちゃんと森を通じて世界と交流できるわ。
Because she'll still be present. Okay.
あなたたちにはしばらく
What are you doing? We are playing through Nahida's second story quest. We are attempting to rescue the Dendro Dragon Sovereign, who was the original elemental being that ruled over the element of Dendro prior to the Heavenly Principles and Celestia messing with the natural order of the Light Realm and forming it into Teyvat.
パイモン。
So currently the power is shared half and half between Nahida, who's a character on screen right now, and Apep, the Dendro Dragon Sovereign, whose heart has shriveled up due to corruption.
だけど
So currently we're trying to heal the corruption so that the Archon and the Dragon Sovereign can work together again.
そんなの絶対
However, currently Nahida has realized that she will have to use the majority of like her life force in order to reverse the corruption. And is talking through with Paimon and subsequently the Traveler about the logistics of how that can affect the people of Sumeru going forward.
分かっています。それが唯一の方法だと。
But
はありません。
oh, I love this character.
私たちは長い長い旅の中で成長した。
Oh.
故郷に帰るために成長するのならば。
That little blue guy is basically a collection of pure elemental beings that were born of Apep's dreams.
手伝っていただけますか？
どうなるか分かっていたのに、あなたたちが学んだ知識、言語、そして感情は全て純粋な元素力へと退化するわ。 新しい故郷にはあなたたちの足跡はどこにも存在しない。誰一人あなたたちを覚えていない。あなたたちの望む帰郷は本当にこういうことなの？
草の王、悲しむ。ダメ。草の王の故郷、ここ、違う。僕たち、故郷に帰った。草の王、一緒、故郷に帰る。
お願い。みんなの願いを感じて。目を覚まして。
Ooh, and again, there's strings the whole time, and then the horns don't come in until that last swell right at the very end when Nahida raises her hand. Oh, that's such a good detail! You're carrying everyone's hopes and dreams, and now we can go home. Whoa, that don't look right. Heart of Oasis. Defeat monsters in order to strengthen the revitalization process. Okay. Voice in the memory. Oh, I guess that's Rukudavada. Right, and it's just been redacted by Irminsul because it couldn't figure out what to fill in the blanks with, so it just erased it entirely? Okay. So Irminsul will tolerate holes in its data sets. Okay. That's another thing I might want to add to my chart. But yeah, welcome in, cutie. I hope that you have a great time, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am trying my best to recap because I'm not pretty fairly in depth because I'm not sure how much you do or don't know about Genshin. But if you've already played the game and you already know a good amount of it, then and I shouldn't worry about doing recaps and such, let me know. But if the recaps are helping, then fantastic. Hang on, where's the big guy? Hello? And also, as we wrap this boss fight up, oh, never mind, cutscene. Oh my god! Hello! Oh, we still have to fight it? Oh, I thought that it would be like friendly or something. I don't know. It's Nur, which means light. I probably should have not killed it that fast.
Kiyoku. 感情はすべて逆転し、力となり解放された。もちろんもう答えることはない。数えきれないほど長い時間を共に過ごして
The Guardians. Okay, so I guess the Guardians were the groups of fungi.
ただ世の元素力となった。あやつらは融合し、一体となって、また
Nothing to be sad about.
生まれ変わる機会がある。悲しむ必要などどこにあるというのだ。違うぞ。
同じなわけないだろう。ダイモン。私たちとアペペ
Yeah, we will never understand it, and it will never understand us. That's how it's destined to be. But yeah, however, you can live in harmony with something else without fully understanding it, you know? And I think that's a big lesson of this portion of the quest. So yeah, I'll add that too. 時に忘れ去
たはずの穏やかさのみ。
近畿の知識は知らずのうちにあなたを変えて、その怒りと恨みを増幅させたのよ。
返す言葉もない。世界の外から
Typing ASMR, yeah.
これ以上ないほどに恨んでいるが、汝と汝の民を滅ぼしても意味がない。
Yeah, so yeah, Apep definitely like almost just repeated history of what Nibelung did. And yeah, I think my record is 230 words per minute or something. I don't remember. I used to play like a typing racing game. I was like addicted to that shit in elementary school. When you inevitably perish due to your ever-expanding curiosity. Huh. So too much knowledge? Oh, I guess it's just saying like forbidden knowledge will come back for you if you play with fire too much, which is true. Minus 74. Hey, 74 is great. I majorly hyperfixated on typing when I was a kid. So. Okay, so it's going to sleep just like Venti did. Also interesting parallel.
近畿の知識と関わったの？
話せば長くなるが、遥か昔。
Oh, okay. So she did it on purpose. Okay, so it wasn't just a product of... She actively did that like in collaboration with Deshret. Okay.
世界の外から手に入れた漆黒の力は我らを導き、外来者が定義した秩序
Is that the first time Nibelung has been mentioned by name? Whoa!
空前絶後の戦いがテイワットで繰り広げられた。
I think that's the first time Nibelung is mentioned by name, like chronologically. Whoa. Like in an actual quest.
勝者は世界を形作る権利があるが、敗者は敗となるのみ。だが、竜王が逝去された後も、世は局面を逆転させる方法。
Yeah, so she literally almost just did exactly what Nibelung did, which would not have helped. It would not have helped. Apep, I'm so sorry, bestie.
境界線でより多くの近畿の知識を得ようとしたが、それもまた
Interesting. So Apep was the one that prompted the Celestial Nail. Not Deshret. Okay. Noted.
でも、あなたは諦めなかった。そうです。
Amun and Alahmar are epithets of King Deshret,
アフマル
the
のことがあ
Scarlet
っ
King,
たから。
etc., etc.
そうだ。その後、アフマルはナブマリカッタの助けのもと、その力を手に入れた。
No, Alahmar is Oh wait, yeah, no, I was right.
野心を膨らませ、我が領土で強く栄えた国を作ろうとしておった。軽蔑はしたが、世はそやつの行動を黙認した。その代わり、奴の死後、その全ての
Oh, okay. So he began to collect the knowledge in her stead after the Celestial Nail fell and stopped her. And then when he died, all of that information accumulated within her, and that's what led to the corruption. Okay.
王が帰ってきた頃、世界はすでに変わり果てていた。
Wow.
一部の竜は汝らと近づきすぎて、世界を奪われた恨みをも忘れてしまった。
Like Aztaha,
一部は戦死し、骨しか残らなかった。
Evilet.
一部は傷を負い、
I do feel like the Thunderbird must be the Electro Dragon, right? By the way, is that Medi? Is that what most people think in the community? I haven't seen anything specifically about that, but I feel like that makes the most sense.
この命尽きるまで
All of them until the end of my time.
あなた、
You really are insane!
アフマルが誇った国が滅んだ時、 世は約束通りあやつを飲み込み、その元素力を吸収した。だがそうして手に入ったものは成果ではなく世界の滅亡だった。
世界で。
分析する暇もなく。
I bet that's such a funny joke that everyone loves so much is that every time someone hears the word world, they just start singing the same fucking song over and over. His insanity was greater than that of my own. Girl, I don't know! I think y'all might be tied.
それが世界の滅亡の由来か。
その件については
Total failsafe in his plan. Okay. So Deshret wanted the apocalypse to happen, and Apep was part of that plan. Is the implication there? Well, that makes sense because, yeah, if King Deshret like really hated Celestia, then. Wow. Insane amount of lore dropped in like a 5-minute conversation in typical Genshin fashion.
なんだかよくわからないけど、健康に回復するまでにはまだアペプの本性は初めて会った時のように乱暴じゃなかったし、病気の時
So King Deshret and Apep worked together in order to store forbidden knowledge in an attempt to weaponize it against Celestia, but instead it just backfired on them and the people that they were supposedly trying to protect. We call a place with no family your home. The Hydro fungus left behind his family. Right! Because they were two real fungi that it took care of over the centuries. Right. Shit. Oh, poor little guys. Let me get my expedition rewards first. Damn. So yeah, but yeah, it makes sense that so I guess that means that the Dendro elemental beings are the ones that like cemented the abyss as part of Teyvat. Like abyssal corruption manifested all across the world and all of the elements, but Dendro is the one that like actively like held and infused it to Teyvat as a whole, I think, is what we learned there. I might want to review the dialogue after off stream before I like add that to my little chart, but yeah. Because yeah, Dendro does have a unique connection to all of the other elements, right? It uses Hydro and Anemo and Pyro to fuel its own growth. It can erode Geo. It can, you know, all that stuff.
悲しまないで。あなたたちを守るためだったのよ。幸せになってほしいって。ヌールは大切な家族だって。あの子が言ってたわ。ヌールはあなたの名前。そうでしょ？
It's learning to talk! Oh, so some of its memories are right, because that's what we talked about with the thing with Hans and Stanley and Rostam and Arundolin. Like, you can keep things alive in a much more literal sense on Teyvat through remembering it and like maintaining its knowledge. Okay, cool to see that pop up right at the end of this little quest. Slay! Whew. All right, my friends. Okay, as ads go through, I'm gonna decide. I do know I want to, this is the last part of the Surumi Island quest, which I definitely do want to do on stream, but then I'm not sure if I want to start Fontaine's or go through the desert quest in Sumeru. Oh my god, I forgot it turns red! Okay, but, leading up to and during ads, I'm going to recap. On Surumi Island, we have discovered that, after the War of Funerary Flame ended, the Thunderbird, which may or may not be the Electro Dragon Sovereign, shrouded this world in fog, or shrouded this island in fog, such that it would be safe and possibly out of Celestia's view. However, the people of the island interpreted various natural phenomena as the Thunderbird wanting it to sacrifice humans to it. 'Cause sure, why not? And however, when they did sacrifice a child that the Thunderbird seemed to favor, things went wrong and everyone on the island died. However, because the fog cuts this island off from the rest of Teyvat, they did not properly die and return to the ley lines. Instead, they live as ghosts on this island, reenacting the same event over and over and over. However, we as the Traveler, for the first time in thousands and thousands of loops, have come in and interrupted the flow. We prevented the sacrifice from happening, and now the island looks like this. So we're gonna go figure out why us preventing a child from being murdered caused the entire sky to turn red, which historically is not a great thing in Teyvat. But I mean, believe it or not. I mean, it's not a great thing anywhere, but oh. Also, hello, my friends that don't have ads. I hope you're having a great time. Oh, Kama. Is that our Kama? Yeah, what are you doing here? The situation looks rather grim, so you should probably leave. Okay, that's like current day Kama. This Surumi Island is about to be destroyed, and then everything will start again. Ah, that's the thing you talked about yesterday. However, it seems that things are even more serious than when I came here previously. Perhaps it's because you destroyed the purchase and interrupted the ritual. The name of your trying to help. It's Rue, right? If we want to break the cycle and free Rue, now is the time. That's why I'm here, to help you. Did Miss Samita ask you to do it? No, I've come here of my own accord. What? You're volunteering? I don't know why either. I just feel like I should be here. How should I describe the feeling? Right, it's like this. Perhaps I simply find it intolerably shameless for me to play the fly on the wall as you boldly step into Surumi Island. Perhaps I believe that even illusions have feeling, and so I would do ill by allowing them to suffer in this cycle. Or perhaps I simply think that I might help Rue by breaking this perpetual ocean of fog, and in fulfilling his wishes, and fulfilling the wishes of my ancestors, I shall be freed from the history that binds me. Interesting. I'm so happy I can pretend that HNA is out with the power of teamfight tactics in HSR, and this is how I'm doing. That is how I am doing. Valid, Medi. I'm very glad to provide background noise for you as you go through that journey. But yeah, those were definitely Miss Sumita's words, lol. Yes, Lady Sumita did speak those words. When I told her that I would like to help, she suddenly gained a spark of inspiration. I did not understand what she said, but I believe that since Lady Sumita said so, then that must be how things are. That sounds like her style, alright. Still, Paimon thinks yesterday's events have probably made Ryu too angry to talk to us. I know, Lady Sumita said that in this manner, the bloodline spanning millennia should— Can we get to the point? We shall. I believe that Kama, that is to say I, can speak to him due to our connected ancestry. It's true that you look like just like the original Kama from the time that this happened. Rue also did mention that being unable to speak to these illusions weirded him out and worried him. But being able to talk to you should cheer him right up. But where do we find Rue? There are a few places the storm doesn't touch. Wakakao, Oina, and Altake. He did mention those places wouldn't be hit by lightning under these circumstances, and those would be his hiding spots where he'd wait out the storm. So let's go looking and start with Wakakao Shoal. Kama seems pretty enthusiastic today, huh? I need Nexus Animo so bad. Is that the, like, creature collector one? Medi? Welcome back from ads, guys. We are, hunting for Rue. As I mentioned before ad started, we managed to interrupt the ritual. And so now the island is enshrouded in this red fog, which is an even more severe storm than normal. And so now we think that we are going to find a way to prevent... We think we're going to find a way to set the spirits of this island free from simply recreating the moment of their death into all of eternity through our Descender powers. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. So the storm really doesn't reach this place, but Paimon doesn't see Rue anywhere either. Rue! Alright. No, not like that. We're looking for something more like Rue. It's Kama. Where are you? Rue, it's Kama. Where are you? Still no response. Oh, Paimon's getting worried. Still, why is there no thunder or lightning here? Well, since it was the Thunderbird who destroyed Surumi Island, we could try using the power of its feather. Yeah, let's worth a try. Since Rue said that it's one of the Thunderbird's feathers, we might get a reaction. Alright. Oh, come on. Can I not use it in combat? Of course I can't. And more combat. Oh, come on! There we go. Touch the feather that suddenly appeared. Feather that suddenly appeared. Feather that suddenly appeared. Hello! Very similar to the perches, but it looks a little different. It looks like a feather. Thanks, Paimon! Touch the feather. Certain emotions surge forth. You see an island blanketed by fog before you. Hear the voices of tiny lives that dwell there with ease. Boars, humans, squirrels, lizards, wankume. As you return to your nest, you hear an interesting tune through the curtain of falling rain. It's different from the boars. Ah! It's different from the war songs of the boars and the choruses of the fish. It's a clear song and a moving one too. So we're seeing the memories of the Thunderbird. Okay. That was close. You were just frozen to a spot back there. Whoa. And we do know that dragons can have fur and feathers, so I really do think that the Thunderbird is the Electro dragon. What happened? Paimon was worried sick. It seems that I was drawn into the Thunderbird's memories. The Thunderbird? The same one that destroyed Surumi Island? I can't be sure. There's no way to know if that's the facts. If that's the case, it's just like Lady Samita said. The will of the Thunderbird will resurface. In that case, the voice that we heard during the battle, it could have been a hallucination, but it also could have been the Thunderbird. Paimon's very curious now. It's almost like the Thunderbird was looking for someone. Still, that feather sure did bring about some kind of reaction, huh? Yes, I saw you take out a strange feather earlier. Where did you get that? Well, this is how it went. We got it from Rue. So, through... Again, not time travel, just weird reality editing, spirit, info, knowledge, magic, you know? Like, I really don't think that time travel functions in Genshin the way that it does in a lot of other sci-fi. I think it's not that you can travel between time because that would require time to be truly linear, and I don't think time on Teyvat is truly linear. So the feathers of the Thunderbird were the basis for the Maushiro and can summon spirits. I was told these legends by my grandfather as he taught me how to make those Maushiro. Oh, so you can make them! Then couldn't you have made one for Lady, Samita? Well, because Lady Samita didn't ask. But if I should have the chance to help her in the future, I will mention this matter. Still, what should we do next? The direction in which the feather flew away doesn't quite match up with Oina Beach or Altake Plains. We don't have a lot of time. Yep, and Rue said that when things get real wild, the thunder starts coming down. Well, let's forget about the feather's whereabouts for now. We gotta get to the other spots where there's no thunder and look for Rue there. Alright, next up, Oina Beach. As long as we can talk to him, there's hope. That was like in the year-end Smosh TNTL like 2 years ago or something, and it still is just such a good vocal stim to me. Where Tommy just comes in and goes, on a serious note, Wham! Get it? It's a note that's serious. Like, okay, bro. Please don't make me do combat. I don't want to do. I don't want to. Whoa, this weather's like really blue. I mean, this water is like really blue. That's like freaky blue. So I guess that those, like, feather statues are kind of like special ley line connections? I don't know. Feather, hello. This feather's just like the last one. Touch the feather. Don't worry, Paimon will watch over you. Thanks, Paimon. Hang on, I'm gonna... Okay, so celestial nails fell from the heavens and one of them landed on your island. One of them landed on the Thunderbird's island, after which the skies became clear, but then the fog started to emerge. Even though you had the power to disperse the fog, you decided not to. However, human beings began to gather the feathers that you shed at fixed intervals, which is very confusing. Oh, okay, so the Thunderbird didn't create the fog. The fog emerged after the celestial nail fell. So I wonder if that was a product of the celestial nail then. We chased the monsters away! Traveler, you're back! Yeah, it's going all the way to the top of Mount Kana. Okay. This one flew away too. It doesn't look like Rue's here either. The feather's target seems to have been the mountain at the center of the island. Kama, do you know anything about that mountain? Mount Kana? It's where the Thunderbird reposed. That place is in fact a hollow cavern from which the Thunderbird would take off into the skies like a violet meteor that could be seen even through the fog. It was said by the people of Surmi Island that the Thunderbird dispersed that mysterious fog to protect the island, but that's not what happened, which I know because we saw the memories. So you're saying the fog wasn't made by the Thunderbird? Perhaps our ancestors were wrong. Well, that's understandable considering you can barely see the sun or the moon from down here. Maybe the Thunderbird's light was the only light they'd ever see. Also, we saw someone who looked like an ancient version of you, Kama. Here's what that noun. Sayo and Kama, seem to be on pretty friendly terms with Rue. That may truly have been my ancestor. So, did the ancient Kama meet Sayo after leaving Surumi Island? The records don't say anything about that. Well, where should we go next? We'll keep looking for Rue. Let's see where the next spot is. I think we should go straight to Mount Kama. But I don't know if that's what we're actually going to do in the game. Okay, yeah, we're going to Altake plants instead. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, we should find all the feather fragments, actually. They're so right. My oral and olfactory senses function well even amidst this thick fog. Are you some kind of wild animal? Paimon! Okay, this is the last possible location. Rue! We're here to help! Rue? Huh? What's that weird noise? Yikes, monsters, be careful! Oh boy. Golly gee. Oh, I forgot to... Barbara. That's fine. Cool. Basilia, Paimon, didn't I tell you not to come here anymore? It's good to see that you're alright. But this place is super dangerous. There's thunder and lightning everywhere, and if you get struck by lightning, you'll get hurt. And I don't know why, but it looks like the storm's getting scarier than before. It must be because you hurt that perch. Why did you come back? Rue, we brought Kama to come see you. Let me introduce you to. Kama? I'm back. Hey, Brother Kama, is that really you? Wait, are you an illusion too, Kama? Oh, Lady Sumida told me to say this. Come on, this isn't the time for tricks. Oh, sorry. The Kama you knew led a full life after leaving Survey Island. His greatest regret was not being able to help you. I'm a descendant of his. Basilia, Paimon, and I are here to help you. Descendant? Are you his son then? I'm afraid you're quite a few generations off. Wait, I don't get it. Descendants? But does that mean that Big Brother Kama isn't around anymore? It's been a long time. What happened to him after he left? I waited for so long, until Surumi Island started looking like this, but he and Big Sister Sayo never returned. I've been so worried. Well, I do know a little bit about what happened to the Kama you know. If you'd like to listen, I could tell you. That'd be great. Kama tells Rue some things about his family history. Paimon assists in helping him omit parts that are not positive or hard for children to understand. So many things happened in the outside world, huh? I never knew that the world beyond the fog was so big, or that it had so many people. The unchanging nature of Surumi Island is the abnormal thing here. Yep, and that's why we're here to help. Help. We destroyed the perches and made Kapatsur angry. If the ceremony goes smoothly and she accepts me in our sacrifice, then everything will be fine again. But that might not be what this Thunderbird wants. But how would you know, Traveler? You haven't met Kapatsur. She hasn't come back in so long, so she has to be angry. I can't say this for sure, but... let's give it a try. If it goes the same as it did before, there should be a feather here too. Use a special feather. Okay, we don't have to do more combat. Yay. Curious tunes, tiny human. Afraid not of thunder and storms? Huh? Is this the first time I met Kapatsur? The adults in the village all said that I can bring peace to thunder and storms. Huh, this memory's clearer than before. Is it because Rue's here? I was too embarrassed to sing in the village, so I came here to practice. Do you like it? Before you humans learned to make fire, the thundering storm had already swept across the ocean alongside me. With but a flap of my wings, purple lightning will tear through the clouds like serpents. My cry shakes the ocean depths and the heart of the earth. I have heard the songs of the trees, the strains of the cloud and rain, and the melody sung by the blue flying dragon of the far north. I have heard every trembling chorus of fox and rabbit and worm as I descended upon the land. But your song is special. It is different from that of the boar, the fish, and the wenkumai. Kamui. You're speaking all funny. I don't get it. But I guess you like my song then? I do not know. I only know that I have never heard it before. Well, then I'll sing you another tune when you come back again with thunder and rain. Your lives are fragile and puny. Perhaps you shall already have turned to dust before I remember this matter. But if you have not, then you shall sing for me again. Everything you say is so complicated. Oh, yes. My name's Rue. What's yours? Everyone in the village calls you Great Thunderbird, but you gotta have a name, right? A name? Well, that is, what should I call you? I mean, if I want to sing for you again and I call out to you, what shall I call out? I do not know. She gave me a name long ago, but I have long forgotten it. I do not need such things, nor have any dared to summon me thusly. Well, how about this then? Grandpa Mata taught me a few words in the Ishine script today. Let me try to use them to give you a name. Oh, this should do. And so I gave her the name Kana Kapatsur. Let's name you Kana Kapatsur, Great Eagle of the Storm, then. Ridiculous. Still, it matters not to me. Well, it's decided then. I need to get back there, or the adults will worry. I'll definitely sing for you again. Huh. Perhaps I shall forget you immediately, Rue. Well, I won't forget. See you. Yeah, that's such a common thread, is like more like primordial or natural beings being forgotten and humans remembering them and vice versa. Like that trade-off of memory and therefore the trade-off of life is very interesting. Like, because that is a cycle that Irminsul can't control, you know? Anyway. It flew away. It flew off to Mount Kana. Are those Kapatsur's memories? They should be. She always remembered you. Well, you did give her a name. She also remembered my promise to sing for her again. But if that's the case, why did everything become like this? Why did the village become like this? Did we anger Kapatsur by not performing the ceremony correctly? I don't think that this was what the Thunderbird was mad about. I see. I understand now, more or less. Well then, I suppose our next stop is Mount Kana. But that's sacred ground. We can't set foot there. And Traveler Paimon, you've already come around 3 times already, and yet things haven't gotten any better. Well, you're the one who talked about the rule of 3. Good omens must occur 3 times for good fortune to truly descend. And you must forge past obstacles 3 times to succeed on the 4th. You know what? Paimon still thinks it should be called the rule of 4 instead. Maybe you're right, Paimon. Another case of there being 3 bad things and 1 pure good thing. Eh? True, you've already met with 3 difficulties, Traveler Paimon. Alright, I believe you. And since Kama's descendant has also returned, this must mean that good things are in store for us. But if nothing happens, I'll be very, very mad. You hear? Of course, let's go then. It's so sad. The Thunderbird just wanted a friend. The Thunderbird she finally loved 1 human. And then they fucking killed him. Like, what? Ah! How do I get in here again? I don't remember. There's gotta be a better entranceway, right? No? Do I have to... I'm gonna get struck by lightning and fall off, aren't I? Doo-doo. Ba-da-da-do. Ba-do. Ba-da-da-da-do. I'm supposed to go down. Wow, to think there's such a huge hollow here in the mountain. Is that some kind of altar? It sure is, Paimon. Her observations will never cease to astound me. Investigate the altar. Another monster? It looks like the one we saw on Amakama Peep. Come on, take Rue and run. Oh, it's a tiny Thunderbird. Okay. Honestly, though, this looks more like a Sealy that's been, like, ultra transformed than a elemental dragon, doesn't it? Like, with the one eye and all, unless the one eye thing is, like, not unique to Sealy. I mean, I'm sure it's not unique to Sealy's, but you know what I mean, right? Like, it other than that, independently of that, it also looks like a Sealy. Rather than, so, like, maybe it's, no, because if it was a moon envoy, then it wouldn't... Maybe it's like a rogue moon envoy or something? I don't know. I gotta learn more thunder manifestation lore. Like, what's up with you, bro? Why are you built like that? Why do you look like a Sealy dragon from hell? Slash flirty. Well, that's finally over. Paimon really broke a sweat back there. Uh-huh, and you were doing the fighting, Paimon. Oh, come on! Paimon's phones were getting clammy watching you fight. Wow, I saw everything. That was so cool, Traveler. You truly were impressive. That was very eye-opening. Paimon's so concerned about something. Why would there be this sort of monster here? We fought one before back on Amakumo Peak, which is on another island. Yeah, Paimon remembers that one too, but we're forgetting something important. The feather. Oh, that's right. A lot of civilizations from that era had an angel assigned to it, so it may have been an indifferent but watchful angel. Yeah, like one that was like... Right, which kind of makes sense why it's like, yeah, no, like I technically feel a calling to come to Surumi Island, but I haven't actually engaged with humans until it heard Rue's song. That makes sense to me. What's this got to do with feathers? So earlier we took a commission from the Adventurers Guild and went to Seirai Island to investigate. You recount what happened on Seirai Island, which is where we unsealed the Thunder Manifestation and like helped heal the island. Also, there was a talking cat. Wow, a talking cat, really? That's not the main point. So while we were investigating Amakumo Peak, we defeated a monster just like this one, after which we got the special feather. Oh, so that's where you got your Thunderbird feather. That means that the Thunder Manifestation that appeared here... Oh, sorry. That means that the Thunderbird Manifestation that appeared here and on Amakumo Peak must have had something to do with the Thunderbird itself. Used to meet over here, and she'd say something like, "This plot's getting too complicated." Ha, funny. You don't look like you found it funny, Kama. No, I found it amusing. Still, Paimon thinks you got a good picture of what's going on now, eh? Well, almost, but let's be sure. That said, Paimon thinks we more or less got it already. Okay, Paimon. Well then, let's use the Thunderbird's feather we got on Amakumo Peak. And then it generates another feather, a fourth feather. Okay, normally there were 3, but now we got 4. Another one. Since you have allowed this one and only song to flow in blood into this earth. In this case, song is referring to Rue himself. Then until I, Kana Kapatsir, hears that human, Rue's song once more, may these lands fall under an eternal catastrophe. So that's what happened. So that's what happened. And here I thought... So, for anyone confused, Kapatsir met one human that she loved, and people thought that her being interested in it means that they wanted him to die. And when she came in to hear Rue's song again and found out that it said he was dead, she cursed the land. To continuously live in suffering, but I think that she didn't realize that she also trapped Rue. Or maybe she did and she hoped that one day he'd be able to sing her song again if she kept him alive, in this manner. I'm not sure. I thought Kapatsir had forgotten about all this. I thought this happened because she didn't approve of the ceremony and she didn't like me. You said she was your friend. Friends don't forget their friends' words that easily. She's been waiting for you to sing for her all this time. Yes, you're right. I did tell her that I'd sing for her. But I haven't seen her in an awful long time now. Should we tell him, that the Thunderbird was killed on Seirai Island? This will be tough. So, Rue, the Thunderbird has migrated to Seirai Island! Yeah, that's right. Did we tell you before that we saw this huge storm cloud and a shattered mountain on Seirai Island? That's where the Thunderbird lives now. You know, we wanted to go up to Amakumo Peak to see the awesome face of the great Thunderbird, but the Thunderbird was super busy. That's right. And she had lots of baby Thunderbirds too. They're all up in the clouds now though, and they don't come down much. Baby Thunderbirds? There's this vortex-like storm cloud over Seirai Island. Yeah, that's formed by Kapatsir and the little Thunderbirds as they play and fly in circles. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, I've never seen it with my own eyes, but it already sounds unbelievably amazing. Kapatsir must have been even mightier than I imagined. And we did say before that we'd go outside on adventures together, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. You did say that we'd go see other places, Traveler. Want to go to Seirai Island together and sing for Kapatsir? Even if she's busy and you can't see her. Wow, could I really? That's right, it was our agreement. Awesome! But I've tried leaving Surumi Island before, and I always end up back here again. That's a bit of a problem. Paimon would like to ask Kama some things as well. Hold on a sec, Rue. Alright! I just realized that I'm on face camera, I'm not VTubing, so you guys can see whatever faces and hand movements I'm pulling to attempt to differentiate these voices. LOL, it's fine. Kama! What is it? Were you about to say that the Thunderbird is dead or something? What? No, I was gonna tell Suri that Lady Smita told me. Who do you take me for? Seriously, how could I tell a child like Rue such a thing? Come on, Paimon, have a little faith. Let's leave that topic aside for now. Paimon was just... enough already. So about getting Rue off Surumi Island, he says he can't leave this place. Maybe Surumi Island sustains his existence in some way. If that's the case, from what we've learned so far, the strange happenings on Surumi Island were caused by the Thunderbird destroying it. It feels like we can follow this line of reasoning to find a solution. We could use the Thunderbird's feathers. Ah! Paimon gets what you're trying to say, Traveler. If the state of Surumi Island now is due to ley line disorders caused by the Thunderbird's power, then this feather, which also has the same power, might be able to sustain Rue's existence. Are we on the same page? Basically. You know what? I think you get along with Lady Sumida just fine. Paimon's not sure if you're complimenting us or not. She told me a story once about a god of fertility who dwelt within the wheat fields and who would travel afar with a human. Do we think Paimon's a god of fertility? But whatever the case, since we decided what to do, let's give it a try. It's better than nothing. Agreed. If you don't mind, I shan't accompany you on this particular trip. I'd like to take this opportunity to have a look at the place where my ancestors once stayed. But it's storming outside. I know. I'll be fine, don't worry. I mean, we live in Inazuma. Stormy days are our bread and butter. If you say so. If you say so. Okay. You're back. Ready to go? Yep, anytime. Well then, touch this Thunderbird feather first. For good luck? Sure. Oh, I really love how committed the Traveler and Paimon both are to, like, sustaining the dreams of people. And I do think part of that is influence from Child, right? Like, he's the one that gave that whole speech about, like, when you give someone a dream, you defend it until the end. And I do feel like that is a big part of, like, how the Traveler handles children in Quest after that. So up there, that's Amakumo Peak in the Thunderbird's territory. That's right, the Thunderbird Kapatsir is up there in the sky. She's a little busy and can't come down to hear you sing, but if you do, Paimon's sure she'll hear you anyway. Traveler, Paimon? Actually, I know all about it, or should I say I guessed what's happened to Kapatsir and to me. Oh. Well, Rue, no, it's alright. I'm so glad I got to know you. I mean, you even got me off Surumi Island to see the world outside. I never could have imagined I could do this in the past. You're both really awesome. The clouds in the sky, the super special grass, and rocks up in the air. These were all Kapatsir's doing, right? She's so cool too. Even the air smells different. I mean, I'm not used to it, but it's amazing. Well then, the weather's not the same anymore, but I've come to sing you a song, Kapatsir. Phew, I sure haven't sung in a long time. That was great. I'm sure Kapatsir heard me too. I'm sure she did. Let's head back then. I'd like to send this feather back to Kapatsir's home. It's such a good cutscene. And it's so sad. Because, like, you know, obviously they're it does have an effect on ley lines because, again, memories are life even when people are technically dead because of fantasy stuff. But, like, it's just so upsetting that this child and this elemental being only got one interaction in their actual physical lives. Like, they still did get to interact and resolve their stories with each other in the afterlife, which is a kind of life, but it's not the same, you know? And it's so unfair that it was other humans that took that opportunity, a bunch of adults for that matter, that took that opportunity away from a child. Yeah, Surumi Island is deeply upsetting to me. Like, it is like one of the most bullshit, like, misunderstandings I think exist in the game. Like, they said, hey, this bird likes talking to you. Guess that means she wants to drink your blood. Like, are you genuinely fucking stupid? What is wrong with you? How do you possibly get to that conclusion? Ugh, anyway. Ah, how strange. I've only been away for a while, but it feels like it's been ages. I'm back, and so's Kapatsir. Wait, what? Oh, now it's being played on a piano. I think that in this case, using the piano for the instrumentation is representing how humans still have influence even after life. Like, their hands still have an effect on the Symphony of Fate, even if their voice can no longer be heard in the physical realm. Yeah, that's what I think the piano represents overall in the score now, actually, is like just the effect that memories have on the physical realm, even when the humans that those memories of are no longer, like, physically alive. Ah, it's so beautiful. If only I could have seen such sights together with everyone. But I'm happy to be able to do it with just you two. Still, the world beyond the fog's amazing. I never knew the sky was so high up or so large. I wonder what the places Kama went to were like. We can go see those places. That's right! The outside world is a really big place. We met lots of interesting and nice people along the way, too. You'll hit it off with them in no time. There's loads and loads of awesome food, too. Sweet madams, almond tofu, sticky honey roast. Oh, sweet madams sound like they'll be great. That's right! We've had a ton in our journey, haven't we, traveler? Oh, yeah, we also met a certain tone-deaf bard during our journey. He loves music, too. I'm sure you two will be best friends. Maybe you'll even perform together in Mondstadt City Square, and we can take you on adventures. Traveler's a real ace at that. We'll go to all sorts of places, like the super high up Wangshu Inn, and there's the Grand Arakami Shrine, which is super high up too, and has a big tree that looks like a kitsune. We can go to Sangonomiya Shrine on Watatsumi Island. That place looks like something out of a dream. Yep, I know, and I'd love to follow you all outside as well. Thank you, Traveler, Paimon. It's all thanks to you that I was able to fulfill my promise with Kapatsir. And I guess everyone doesn't look all weird anymore. I'm sorry. I thought that you'd broken the purchase, and I blamed you for that, even though you're both good people. It's alright. We've been on lots of adventures and gotten ourselves into a ton of misunderstandings. Don't take it to heart. And even if you don't want to travel with us, we've got friends who'll take care of you. We know a young lady your age in Mondstadt's Night of Favonius. So please leave Surumi Island with us, Rue. When we went to Seirai Island to sing for Kapatsir, I could feel that a piece of me was in that feather. That's why I'd like you to take that feather of hers on your travels. This way I could travel with the two of you too. We'll even bring Kapatsir with us. We'll go see the outside world and we'll hear what songs they have to sing. You don't have to worry about me. It was great going outside, but it was really tiring too. I'd like to rest for a bit. You can go on ahead first. Can you thank Big Brother Kama for me? We will. And we'll meet again. Ah! A strange feather. It may be able to trigger some wondrous effects if used on Surumi Island. Take this feather with you into the world. You promised him that you would. This quest, man. Everything's better now, and it's all thanks to you two. I truly am blessed to have the chance to call you two my friends. I wish I could join you on your journey, but I'm tired right now and I need to sleep. Please go ahead. I'll just be resting here for a while. We'll meet again someday for sure. No, we won't, but that's okay. I'm fine. I'll be fine. Everything's fine. I mean, that's also kind of mirrors, I think, Fane's relationship with the twins, right? Like, you know, the Thunderbird came back to Tsurumi Island and found that they'd killed Rue, Fanes found Conria and found that they'd been abusing the Abyss Twin and stuff like that, and he just cursed Conria forever. I mean, it just cursed Conria forever, right? Like, very similar premises, right? Just with that added element of, like, he's just a child. I don't know. You know what? The story's even more bizarre than the plot of the Chronicles of the Sea of Fog, working title. Also, stop calling me Lady this and Lady that already. You're an important friend of mine. Understood, Lady Sumida. Oh, come on. Should I call you a pedant for the ages or what? Hello there. Oh my. It's the legendary traveler. And Paimon's the legendary Paimon. Haha, funny. Shouldn't she make some sort of retort at this juncture? I feel like we're departing from her character profile somehow. Character profile? Basically, that's what we call a combination of image, traits, and histories. Characters must adhere to the behavior prescribed in their profiles, or they will seem, well, out of character. Seriously, what is your problem? That's an awesome dialogue option for the traveler. Sorry. So what about Rue? Rue says he's thankful to you. Is that so? I see. Wait, what happened? Why am I the only person who seems out of the loop here? Ugh, never mind. Let's all stand around here. A change of scenery is in order. How about we go to Kiminami Restaurant? Sure, I'll pay. Consider this treat a courtesy of a future contracted writer with Yai Publishing House and winner of the This Novel is Amazing grand prize. Okay, Sumida, if you say so. I haven't tried Aino's cooking in a long time. Why not? Girl? Why aren't you supporting local businesses? Come on. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Well then, anything you want to eat? Don't be shy now. Oh boy. You too, Kama. As for me, I'll start with a tri-flavored skewer. You have a sumptuous meal. During this time, you tell Sumida about what happened on Surumi Island. Thank you, Miss Sumida! It's no problem. I've been troubling you all this time after all. The commission has been successfully completed. Indeed, I'd say the results far surpassed my expectations. I'd only wanted to get one Maushiro at first to use as reference for my writing, but thanks to your perseverance, I not only got that, but also the story of the Sea of Fog and of the millennia-spanning wait for a young lad on Surumi Island. If my writing was better, the story would win me This Novel is Amazing grand prize for sure, but Kama's also changed quite a bit. I'd say these are all far more important than the completion of The Chronicles of the Sea of Fog, working title. We've also met some important friends. We didn't have the chance to travel with Rue, but like you said, we'll definitely meet again. He'll keep his word. Yep, Paimon's sure he will. After all, he waited so long just to keep his other promise. Well then, Miss Sumida, when we get to read The Chronicles of the Sea of Fog? Well, I decided to stop writing it for now. Huh? But we worked so hard to- no, it's not an issue with you. Please don't misunderstand. I want to go traveling. To gather more resource material? I learned something very important during the commission. In the years prior to this, I only lived to create and write. I learned fishing from Kujirai to write about a character who fishes for a living. His character profile was that of a masterful warrior who secluded himself in the fishing village. Right, anyway, I almost went on topic. So, in order to better describe parties conducting illicit activities under a fictional national lockdown, Kama and I created a smuggling network that bypassed the outlines of the fair agent. She became an actual criminal in order to better write about a character who lived a life of crime. That's awesome. Well, it was mostly Kama's doing, and we discarded that work due to a writing bottleneck, which eventually resulted in a collapse of that network. I've always been like this. I stopped fishing because I stopped writing that fisherman character. I went to apprentice at the Grand Narukami Shrine because I wanted to write about a shrine maintenance work. But I understand now that I cannot just live, learn, travel, and adventure for the sake of writing novels. I must live, learn, travel, adventure, and extract stories from which I shall write novels. Kama was not born as the last son of Surumi Island for the sake of a story, nor did Rue stay in the Sea of Fog for so many years to be featured in a tale. And that's not why the two of you adventure and travel either, right? When I heard Miss Catherine describe your adventures, I thought to myself that you're just like the main character of Kino in Kino's travels, and her companion Eremos. The only difference is that no one's written your story. You are the story itself. A pair of outlanders who don't quite fit in anywhere, whose names are Traveler and Paimon. They stride across many lands and meet all sorts of people. They're drawn into all sorts of wicked plots and all manner of cruel wars, and each one of their adventures shall coalesce into shining gold. As Paimon mentioned before, such blurb would definitely suit you two. As such, aside from asking you two to help gather reference material, I also want to understand you more, so that I may find the seeds of a story in the future. And I think I found it. The seeds of a story are to be found in life and one's travels, not in the characters' profiles, flowcharts, setting maps, and definitely not in things you learn that you see just to learn how to write them. As such, I've decided to start writing and start traveling until the time comes when the story begins to sprout, and then I'll have an easy win in the This Novel's Amazing competition and become a writer contracted by Yai Publishing House. Kama, will you come with me? We don't know where we're going, nor do we know when we'll return. Of course, it's fine if you're not willing. Everyone has their own life to lead. Wait, what? What was that text? Everyone has their own story to tell. Okay, Kama. I don't mind. No, that's not right. I'm more than willing. Let me come with you. Kama's really changed. That's great. Then let's be off. Well, a real journey is one that's full of pleasant surprises and little accidents, right? This might be a bit too surprising, but still, take care of yourselves. No worries. We'll be fine. Take care. Thank you and goodbye. If we don't meet again, let's do so where the sunset meets the sea. Then I'll see if your soul, which shines so clearly like a diamond, has had any dust laid upon it or not. Huh? We'll meet where the sunset meets the sea, and I'll see if your soul, which shines clear like a diamond, has had any dust laid upon it? It's the famous clothing line of the vagabond goddess, Yamabuki Iro no Horotan. Well then, Traveler Paimon, let's part ways here. Alrighty. Thunder is forever. Aww. That's a cute achievement name. Let's see. But yeah, next up we have Fontaine. Anybody have any preference for if we go on to Fontaine's quest or if we just chill, explore? I can put on text-to-speech. Anyone have a ideal? I'm not personally sure. It might be a situation where somebody asks for one and I go, actually I want to do the other one, but I do want to ask chat. For the sake of the routine of it. If for no other reason. How much time do we have left on until the no banner drops? It should be like a week or something, right? 8 days, yeah. So 1 day over a week and 1 day. I am chillin'. Alright. Yeah, I think I want Fontaine to go ahead and be its own quest. Today's Sunday. Let's see. Also, actually, yeah, let's go through the desert story quest, except I won't fully voice act it, because there's a lot of fluff in it. I'm gonna play it on stream, but we're not gonna do the full voice acting thing. It has a very compelling story with an NPC named Jet, but like, it's just, the bits that are good are even more few and far between than they are in Archon quests, which is saying a lot. So I'm just gonna skim the dialogue and point out things as I find them particularly important. But yeah. But yeah, we are going to, let me ping in the Discord too that I'm doing, let's see. Okay. Moving on to the desert story quest about doing the shit. I'm not gonna do the full voice acting bit since there's a lot more fluff in this quest than the others for it. Cool. Actually, okay. Also, as good as the music is, I am gonna go ahead and move on over to other music just for the vibes. I hope nobody minds. Is audio working? It is. Okay. Yeah, why'd you go all the way from Mondstadt to here? Interesting. Go with the wind. Or, no, it's let the wind lead, right? Oops. Oh, he has heard of us, even though he's all the way out in the desert. Okay. I mean, maybe family from Mondstadt wrote him or something. Researcher from the Academia has been generous. Which one? No, Dotori isn't actually affiliated with the Academia anymore, right? Cyrus? Oh, there's a Sumpter beast named He was expelled, yeah. Bro, you named a Sumpter beast after actual real-life Cyrus who you knew? That's crazy. Leave the rest to us. I'm sure you will, bro. I'm so certain that you will. But yeah, see, like, this starts off with this guy from Mondstadt being like, hey, can you go help out these scholars? And it ends up, like, connecting to, like, a family legacy of the Eremites and King Deshret's tombs and puzzles and hidden forbidden knowledge and a Ginny and all this stuff. It's like, it's so... I think if you play it yourself, it's good, but I don't think it's, like, great for stream. Other than the, like, world exploration that it's attached to. Actually, wait, hang on. Wait, no. It takes, like, 10,000 years to get to the portion where you're actually going over King Deshret lore. I forgot. Actually, it even takes 10,000 years before you get to the part where you're, talking about that family legacy bit, isn't it? Jet comes in way later, doesn't she? Yeah, I might actually want to do a bunch of this off stream. Because, yeah, I am feeling a little like, the feeling of just, like, streaming the parts of this that just aren't lore relevant. And I actually genuinely just don't know when the lore relevancy starts. Hang on, let me look up. What is summary request? No, we do meet Jet pretty fast. Okay, no, it does start pretty quickly. Okay. But even then, it's so long. And I did all of the R&R off stream. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do this off stream, and I'll recap as I go in my Discord and summarize in a future stream. Just because I don't think I'm gonna have fun actually streaming this quest, and I do want to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here, which is a little bit shorter than my usual. But because also I just remembered that a friend told me that we might be able to hang out tonight, and I don't know when she goes to bed, so I should also check in on that. But either way, I do want to hang off stream for a bit. So apologies for the back and forth. Thank you for dealing with my complete lack of plans and my flip-floppiness. I really appreciate you guys being wanting to like tag along with me as I faff about in my favorite video game. How about we go raid Danimal since he hung out and chat with us the other day. Yeah, so if you guys would like to come along with us and raid and chat with Danimal a little bit, then I'd super appreciate it. But if this is where we part ways for the night, I hope all of you get fantastic sleep, rest, / have an amazing morning, or an amazing day, afternoon, whatsoever. Make sure to treat yourself kindly today.